Without delay, call, scan, or go online now. 24 years have passed since September 11th, 2001, yet America still mourns. Tonight, we honor the lives lost and the heroes who answered the call. This is 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
As you can imagine, it's been a very long 24 hours with everything that we've been covering with Charlie Kirk, but it is 9/11, 24 years later, and America still mourns. I'm Steve Guerrero, and on this, the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania, we'll spend the rest of this hour reflecting on a day that forever changed the trajectory of this nation. And remember the fallen, as well as the American heroes that did everything they could to try to save the victims of those terrible attacks. We remember September the 11th, 2001, because of those we lost, and because it also brought out the best in America during that day, and in the aftermath, at least for a while. We saw scenes of our brave first responders rushing into those two burning towers in Manhattan. We've all heard the story of the heroic passengers aboard United Flight 93, who decided to take matters into their own hands after learning of the other attacks, who made sure their plane wasn't going to hit its intended target. Let's roll. But we begin with one of the most consequential people in the aftermath of those 9/11 attacks, former New York City mayor and America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, sharing his reflections from that tragic day. Here he is.
Mayor Rudy Giuliani, it's an honor to be with you today, and I want to thank you for taking the time out to talk with us at Real America's Voice.
Thank you very much.
9/11 is here again, the 24th anniversary. Solemn date in our history, right?
Probably one of the primary dates that'll be remembered by us 300-400 years from now.
Yeah. Truly incredible day. And after the attacks, you coordinated the city response with the state and federal agencies, and then dealing with counterterrorism measures and the cleanup of the site. And almost everyone in the New York area was affected, some more than others, but whether you witnessed the attacks or you were there that day, or you lost a friend or a family member, everyone knew somebody who died or escaped. And we lost almost 500 Long Islanders where I'm from.
Yeah, sure.
And having lost a very close friend, one of my best friends as a teenager, Peter Brennan in Rescue 4. And my sister lost 80 clients. My coworkers and employees and friends all lost fathers and sisters and brothers.
The numbers you're saying, you have to pause on all of them. I mean, when you lose one person, if somebody calls you and says your best friend died or your parent, it's devastating.
Yeah.
Imagine when you hear that you lost. My fire commissioner lost 372 of his firefighters. I would say that 10 of them were his lifetime friends.
Yes.
And many of them were his close friends and neighbors. The boy who used to do babysitting for his children was a fire captain, one of the bravest in our department, who died on September 11th. And he had to go on and run the department during its by far worst time in history. And he brought it such glory and honor that when I was knighted by the Queen of England, so was he. Because when the Queen gave me the order, the request to be knighted, I said, I didn't do this. I stood on the shoulder of giants, and I've got to take a few of them. I want you to knight them all.
Yeah.
But you got to take the fire commission, police commission. And they did. They knighted Tom Von Essen and dearly departed Bernie Kerik.
Yeah, everybody misses Bernie Kerik, and I wanted to get into that with you in a little bit here. I wanted to ask you if you can tell us that day you woke up, you went to work.
Yeah.
Tell us, walk us through that morning.
Without exaggerating, I do not think, unless I was extremely sick after that, there was a day I haven't thought about it. And in fact, when I was extremely sick and had COVID and had 103, 104 temperature, and I was kind of, I guess you might call it hallucinating. I was talking about September 11th. And when I went under anesthesia for an operation, the doctors and Dr. Maria have given me a whole account of what I was saying. I was ordering people around at ground zero, and it was accurate. Wow. I mean, from what I could tell, I have a complete subconscious memory of it. So in any event, I was. First of all, I should set the scene. It was primary day. in New York City, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party was selecting a candidate for mayor. I was term limited. I had 4 months to go. And it was going to be a contested primary because although I was only the third Republican elected in the 20th century and had lost narrowly, won narrowly, but then I won a big, big victory in my reelection. I won by 18 points, which were what we call LaGuardia numbers. So the party had revived. We had a Republican governor, and we had a candidate who could self-fund, Michael Bloomberg. But he was losing by about 8 to 10 points to the reflexive Democrat candidate. Primary day comes. Mike had a primary, a contested one, and the Democrats had a big contested primary. I went to breakfast that morning at the Peninsula Hotel to meet with a former assistant of mine, Bill Simon, who within 6 months ran for governor of California. And that's what I was talking to him about, with my counsel, Denison Young. And I went there because it was going to be an easy day. Primary day, not much happens until late in the day. And then everybody complains about the voting and we have to get involved and send the police and whatever. But it didn't start until 4. So I had my staff come in at 2. And I decided to I was going to have breakfast. And then I think I was going to take a ride to go to a meeting. And all of a sudden, at the end of breakfast, I would say 9 o'clock, be about a little after 9. One of my security detail, Detective Patty Verone, walked in and whispered to Denny. And I said, what? She came over to me and she said, together with Denny, a twin-engine plane has hit the North Tower. It's very bad. I know you got to get down there. I said, of course, let's go. I immediately got up. I walked out with Bill for a reason that you'll have to ask Bill. He had the impulse to say to me, God bless you. Now, Bill is a very religious Catholic and a good man, but we've been together 100 times, 1,000 times. I've prosecuted cases with him. And he would occasionally say, I'm praying for you. But that wasn't like a comment. There was something he got about how this is going to be different. When I walked outside, I looked up, not quite when I walked outside. I got outside, I saw smoke, got in the car. Denny got in the car. We started driving down from 54th Street to Lower Manhattan. We could see more flame than you'd have with a twin-engine plane. And both Denny and I said, I think it's worse. So I thought out loud. I said, like 2 possibilities. Terrorist, accident. Don't think it's a deliberate attack. The sky is too blue. I called the police commissioner, and without even saying hello, I said, Bernie, you agree, terrorist attack or accident? He says, absolutely, boss, but we're preparing for terrorist attack. Let's play that it's a terrorist attack, because if it isn't, what do we lose, right? We don't lose anything. I said, well, that means you cut off the bridge. He said, well, I hadn't. I wanted to let you, but I cut off both bridges. Nobody's coming into Manhattan right now. You come into Manhattan right now, you're going to be sitting in a prison. If we have terrorists here to do follow-up attacks, we don't want any more. And you know the problem we have with New Jersey. I said, he said, that one I got really sealed off. You better tell people don't come in from New Jersey. You're not getting in. Whatever problems we have, we want to solve them. Meanwhile, I brought cops in and we're moving them out. I want as few people on this island today so we can limit it. We can have free access. Who knows? There could be follow-up attacks. He said, you better call the White House too. I've been trying, can't get through. We think there are other attacks. We've been hearing rumors. I said, okay, Bern, but get a center ready, because our communicating by cell phone wasn't working. Get us a live center right near the
Barclay Street.
Yeah, right near there, so we can have we can have direct lines. I start driving toward it. We're watching it. We go by St. Vincent's Hospital and we see all of these doctors and nurses and stretchers on the street, and it says look like a war zone. Look like something I saw in Israel when I would go there for when there were attacks. I used to go at the request of the mayor to give them support. Bernie called me again. And then the third time he called me, we were less than a mile away, and he said, boss, that was the second plane that just hit. I said, God, I thought it was a secondary fire, because the first building sort of barked the second. You couldn't see it exactly.
Sure.
We saw this big, pshoo. We had no idea it was a second plane. He said, boss, it was a big liner. And he immediately said, either one of us said terrorism, the other said bin Laden. But we knew it was bin Laden because he had threatened to bomb us a year and a half ago. He was a constant threat to the courthouse, federal courthouse, because the trial was going on.
Sure.
I mean, the only one who treated bin Laden lightly was Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Who has never gotten the appropriate scrutiny for having done a Chamberlain.
He passed up on the opportunity.
Well, he did. I mean, we blamed
Laden.
Chamberlain for disregarding Hitler. This guy disregarded bin Laden. He also declared war in the United States, and he killed American sailors.
Yeah.
Now, you don't kill American sailors.
Kenya, Tanzania, the embassies, Americans were killed.
It was, when they talk about Biden's disgraceful turning his back on Americans, leaving them behind and getting them killed in Afghanistan, Bill Clinton did it multiple times. And I was friendly with Bill Clinton. I had to be. I didn't have respect for him. I mean, he's a terrible president.
Yeah, he admitted on Long Island at a luncheon in front of 1,500 people that they wanted to bring bin Laden here, but he turned it down.
Yeah, it's all because they were sucking up to Islam. The Democrat Party has become it always has been partial to communism or Marxism. Big segments of it. They always had opponents of that.
Yeah.
Now they're all there. Second, it's a pro-Islamic extremist party. No doubt about it, which makes it an anti-Semitic party. You can't be a Jew and speak out about Israel or Judaism. They'll throw you out.
Yeah, sure. So I wanted to get into the terrorist aspect of it, but before I did that...
we weren't that bad then.
Yeah. Well, there's a 40-year history of terrorism in New York City, right?
Yeah, and I was involved in it from almost day one. Remember,
I wanted to ask you that.
My career was not politics. My career was I had every position in the Justice Department.
Associate Attorney General.
I started as a law clerk to a federal judge. I became an assistant U.S. attorney, a line prosecutor for 6 years. Tried 100 cases. Then I was in law practice for a few years, and Ronald Reagan made me the number 3 person in the Justice Department. And I gave that up to be U.S. attorney in Manhattan. All during that time, I prosecuted terrorism cases. Now, I was known for prosecuting the mafia and Wall Street. Those got the big publicity. But I prosecuted numerous terrorism cases and international drug dealing cases. I have an award from the Colombian government for helping to break up the cartels in Colombia. I have an award from the Mexican government for helping them with the cartel involvement with terrorist groups. People just don't know that. It didn't get as much publicity, but I and my assistants, and then the ones who were there, who were there. In other words, when New York had to take up terrorism, not only me, but the police department, the FBI, we had a joint terrorism task force.
Sure. Specifically.
Yeah. 90% of it was Islamic terrorism. That's really the only real terrorism. They were experts on it.
So, okay.
We had been attacked in 93.
Where were you in the February 26, 1993 attack?
I was running for mayor.
You were running for mayor.
And it was one of the things that elected me because Dinkins was in Japan.
Yeah.
Like the mayor of Los Angeles was in, where was it? Uganda when Los Angeles burned down.
Yeah. Yeah. Basso, right? Yeah. So the history of 9/11, I think it's important for the audience to know, right? Mayor Kahana was murdered by El Said Nasser in the Marriott Hotel.
Now
right?
That's when I was a law student. But.
Right? So he gets sent to Attica on a gun charge, El Said Nasser. The first attack was planning to break him out of Attica by Mohammed Salameh and Mahmoud Abu Halima, the blind sheikh, right? And that was foiled by Navy intelligence, I believe. And then the second plot was to kidnap Al-D'Amato's daughter and blow up 13 synagogues. But bin Laden got wind of that. And he sent KSM's nephew, Ramzi Youssef, who was in the Philippines here.
You know the guys I was prosecuting in terrorism.
To teach him how to make the ammonium nitrate diesel fertilizer bomb.
Al-D'Amato at the time was a great friend.
Yeah, and they did that. And then 3 months later, the day of terror, they were going to blow up the GW Bridge, the Holland Tunnel, the Midtown Tunnel.
The Democrat administration ignored it.
Yeah.
To the extent of empowering it. It wouldn't have happened if they had struck back. They weren't that powerful at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's always much easier to take these bastards out early then wait. Like you wait on Hitler, he controls the world. You wait on Stalin, he controls half the world. You wait on bin Laden, he's capable of taking down buildings.
Yes.
You go after bin Laden 6 years earlier, he's nothing. So, and they wouldn't. They should have taken him out 6 years earlier. But New York City didn't do the same thing. Because the year of the attack, I was running for mayor. First day I got in office, my first priority was to build the best terrorism defense in the world. Mm. And I created an office of emergency management,
yes.
which we never had before. I got the biggest expert I could get to manage it. And we spent a very large amount of time studying what could happen to us and practicing. We brought in people from other cities. We brought in people from for the country. We brought in people from Israel.
Yes.
We had Israelis come and train us on how to deal with suicide bombings.
Yes.
We had never dealt with suicide bombings. We had a terrorist attack almost about a year and a half earlier when Howard Safir was police commissioner, where they had explosives that could have blown up an entire subway station. The guy was caught 4 blocks away in an apartment building, and he was shot dead on the way to hitting a toggle switch.
Yes.
I had another 5 or 6 ones that never became public.
Yeah, and people don't talk about that.
We were ready for it. Here's what we weren't ready for. I always, when I say this in a speech, we anticipated everything. But you never anticipate everything.
Yeah.
We had never prepared for or envisioned airplanes being used as missiles to go into the middle of the buildings. You're going to hit the bottom of a building? You're going to do a suicide bombing throughout the building? Yeah, sure.
Imagine they hit an hour later, 30 stories lower. There'd be 50,000 people dead, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
It's incredible.
More for you from our 9/11 special edition with America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani is coming up next. He'll look back on leading New York City and the country through one of its darkest hours. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with more of 9/11 24 years later. America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back to 9/11 24 years later. America still mourns. Here on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to our Real America's Voice special, 9/11, 24 years later. America still mourns. We will continue our conversation now with the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, where he reflects on leadership and what it meant on that fateful day, as well as in the aftermath of the attacks. He'll also discuss the tragic loss of life and how it still affects us today, and the resilience of New Yorkers in the face of major adversity. Take a listen to America's Mayor, Rudy Giuliani.
By the time I was there, I asked Bernie, put in the hard lines. By the time I was there, the first thing I said to him when I got out of the first thing was, how bad is it? It's hell. And my deputy mayor, chief deputy mayor, who helped me to run it, Joe Loda, who runs Langone Hospital now, Joe said, boss, they're jumping out of windows. It's so bad.
Wow.
I said, did you get the hard lines? And he says, look, because we're very proud of how he would do things quickly. And I look down the street on Barclay Street, and I see all these police trucks there. And they're all, I gave this order like 5 minutes ago, and they were already there putting the lines in. And they said, boss, what do we do? I said, first thing we do, we go see Gansey, make sure he's got everything. I want you and Gansey to be one here. I don't want any problem with the cops say, we're in charge of fire. I said, right now, Commissioner, what do you tell me? What's your call? But we had a very strict rule. First thing you do in an emergency is set up the commander. And the mayor makes the order, and they listen to it. That's why I used to go.
Right.
We had a situation in the city 4 or 5 years earlier when fire and police were fighting with each other as to who was going to go save the people in the river, and nobody was going. People
Right.
are yelling in the river and they're punching each other out.
So you were in the EOC when the first building collapsed. You were trapped in there, right, for a while?
I'll tell you what happened. We go with Gansey. We set up everything. I wish him luck. I give him my advice. He gives me his advice, which was more important. He arranges things with Bernie. We come back. Now that at center, 2 blocks away is set up. We walk in, and everybody's on a phone trying to get information, and also we're trying to get to the White House. I get to the White House. They tell me that one of the top aides there tells me they're evacuating the White House. Yes, there are other attacks. Could be 7 to 12 planes. We're going to have airplanes over your city very shortly. I said, do we have aircon? I want to talk to the vice president because I have some things I want to do, and I want to make sure the president agrees. He said the president is being taken to a secure location. Can you imagine how that starts putting the weight on you? It's like, okay,
this is real.
We're on our own. That's what I said. I get off the phone. I call Bernie, and I said, Bernie, we're on our own. He said, why? I mean, federal government's protecting the president. And we agreed with that. We thought they should take him in here. Remember, our mentality then is not now. Our mentality then is this is such a big attack, more are going to happen. What's next? They're going to hit us again. They're going to hit Chicago. They're going to hit Philadelphia. They're going to come and try to take out. Their main target in New York was always the stock exchange. They're going to come back and get that.
Yeah.
What else are they going to hit? Hit St. Patrick's, St. John the Divine. They can go for. They've gone after military. They've gone after political. They've gone after economic. They're going to go after religion. I mean, the Muslims hate all of that, and religion's the biggest. And they've been dedicated. I mean, I was not a naive, euphemistic suck up on the Muslim religion. I knew the bad and the good of it. And there's a lot of bad.
They were foiled. They were caught mixing the explosives in a Midtown warehouse near Murray Hill to take out FBI headquarters, the Holland Tunnel, the GW Bridge. I heard the Sudanese embassy may have given them the keys to the parking garage of the United Nations.
The United Nations is controlled by them.
Yeah.
Some of those agencies should be designated as terrorist groups. People have no idea of the depth of the infiltration of the democratic regimes and then the deep state toward Islamic terrorism, including the completely euphemistic way in which they hide from the American people the truth about the Muslim religion, which everything these people did, they could find justification for.
What's a key
in their holy book?
They were allowed to lie, right? So
they could find justification for it in their holy book. And the ones who couldn't find there, they could find it in Karl Marx.
So going back to the Al Farouk Mosque was a recruiting place for the Mujahideen to go fight in Afghanistan. Atlantic Avenue, the spice markets, they had recruiting videos.
Well, we had celebrations.
So there was a long history going back to the 80s of recruitment, right, for Al-Qaeda.
You have exactly the place. You're really very knowledgeable. The 2 major places that we had to worry about, eventually Queens. And then under Bloomberg, Queens got worse. If I were there 5 years later, Queens would have been a heavy. But when I was there, it was downtown inner Brooklyn, where I went to high school.
Yeah.
I knew that geography really well. And then bigger time, New Jersey. Because that's where they planned
the Jersey City Mosque, the Manhattan Mosque, the Brooklyn Mosque, all run by the blind sheikh.
I authorized something very controversial for which Bloomberg got blamed, but then I stood up for it.
Yeah.
I put New York City police in New Jersey, undercover. I recruited them on purpose. I had the FBI help me. We trained them in Arabic, and they didn't know it. We made them look like...
I didn't know that.
We made them look like what the hell they were. And we had, by 1997, 98, when we had one of our first warnings that we would be attacked, I was able to check and be very secure it wasn't coming from New Jersey. And Bernie was very secure. By the time I got down there, this hadn't come from New Jersey because we had covered it so well.
Yeah.
Eventually, years later, Christie discovered it, got very angry that we had him there, didn't tell him about it. And we didn't overlap much when he was mayor. I said, why would they tell you about it? It's top secret. A need to know. You didn't have a need to know. He said, suppose we ran into them. He said, have you ever done undercover work? We run into people all the time.
Wow.
I mean, what do? Inform everybody?
So there was a $23 million weapons ring broken up out of Jersey City, correct?
Yep. And there was a shooting in Brooklyn, I'd say legitimately, without exaggeration, 10 seconds before the entire building was broken down. by a Al-Qaeda guy who was going to take out an entire subway station and then 2 buildings. He was killed on the way to the toggle switch.
Yes.
And when it was described, he was described as a terrorist, but no one described the dimension of what he had planned, which the FBI then was able to figure out by investigating.
Incredible. Okay. On 9/11, 5 buildings collapsed down there in the Trade Center. 3 partially collapsed in addition. 11 buildings suffered major damage. 37 buildings had damage in addition to that. And chunks of Building 7 were taken out, from what I understand, the size of trucks from when the building collapsed. And the structural integrity of that building, it burned for 7 hours, no water pressure in the 16-acre debris field, and it burned for all that time. And EOC members have told me that they tried to get back up to the 23rd floor in Building 7, but stopped at the 7th floor, knowing that the building was creaking and was going to go down. I wanted to ask you, and this is really important, what do you say to people who say that there were explosives placed in the building prior to the planes hitting?
I say there's no evidence of that. There's nothing that suggests that there were explosives in the building except it came down. The coming down is perfectly explainable by what it was hit with.
Yeah.
I was told it was going to come down the minute they saw it hit. In fact, that's the way Gansey thought the 2 towers were going to come down. They were going to come down, not implode, but come down over a period. He thought he had about 2.5 days.
Right.
When I got informed about that building, they said it was going to, they were pretty sure it was going to come down before the end of the night, if not the next morning.
Sure. And they evacuated
And I got that
it.
information the first time I went there because I wanted to go in.
Yeah.
You know, my corporation counsel was the last person out of the building.
Wow.
Michael Hess.
Yes.
Coming up after the break on this 9/11 special, Mayor Giuliani will share his personal memories of the immediate aftermath of the attacks. Stay with us as we remember that tragic day 24 years ago today.
We'll be right back with more of 9/11 24 years later. America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Welcome back to 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Here on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. 24 years ago, forever changed America. On September the 11th, 2001, it was a day that it touched all of us in some way. And a lot of what America is today can be traced back to that tragic and horrendous moment in time. 9/11 has left a shadow that will live on in our nation's history forever, but it also showed the true spirit of America and how we can bounce back when we all come together. Former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani had some great things to say about that in the next part of our interview with him, and about how 9/11 shaped America and himself forever. Here he is again, Rudy Giuliani.
I wanted to ask you about 410,000 first responders came through the pile, right? That day, subsequent to the events of that day, almost 8,000 have died so far, including the people who lost their lives that day. 70,000 plus are sick with cancer, COPD, PTSD, and mesothelioma showing up 20 years later. I'm
certain, and so is Dr. Maria, that Bernie's death was at least a causative factor, was the 5-year lung damage he was being treated for.
Yeah.
No one knew that Bernie was very, very sick. Now, he also created a heart problem. And doctors feel that if the lung hadn't deteriorated like that, some of the he had like a beating heart problem, would not have happened.
Sure.
I must personally know 50 people that died either for sure or arguably because of their involvement down there. And I have a spot on my lung, but it's not.
Wow.
I've had it for about 5 years, and it hasn't spread, which gives me great confidence that I'll die with it.
Wow. Well, let's talk about Bernie Kirk, right? He passed recently. We covered the funeral, Real America's Voice. Big asset. I always enjoyed talking to him about 9/11. What did it mean to you, and how was it working with him in the midst of everything that happened at 9/11 and post 9/11?
Well, Bernie was a rock of solidity that would not have made it possible for me to do the things I did without him, or without Von Essen, or without Richie Shearer. They were the three big ones. They were the heads of fire, police, emergency services. They worked without sleep that I ever discerned for 2 straight months.
Yeah.
They were rocks of granite. All of them get great credit for what they did, and they all helped each other get it. And God just blessed me with just terrific people. Now, throughout the administration, I had people I had to take off. I had people have nervous breakdowns right at a meeting. I had to take people off duty. I had surprises, people I thought who could handle it and couldn't. People stepped up who I didn't think were heroes. But the 3 of them, I consider them like rocks of granite.
What was your interaction back then? I know he brought on a lot of Teamsters to help clean up the site. What was your experience back then?
Well, at that time, he'd been a friend for about 11 or 12, or more than that. We became friends in 1986. And as the years went along, we got closer and closer, because he was a Democrat and supported me immediately for mayor in 1988. Supported me without fail in all of I ran twice, lost once, ran again. The Democratic Party was very angry at him. He was one of my major supporters.
Yes.
And you get Donald Trump, you get all of Donald Trump's friends. Not only that, he was a supporter of my policies. You have to have described him as a conservative Democrat. He agreed with all the crime things he's doing now are the crime things I did then, and that he supported then.
Yes.
And that he applauded me for.
How do we get leadership back in New York City?
You elect one.
I want to thank you so much for taking the time.
This is one of the best interviews I've had. I got to say something. You know the background of this better than anybody's ever interviewed me.
Wow. Well, it's near and dear to me.
So we should be in contact. I could use you.
Yeah. Listen,
thank you.
You know, the people of New York were grateful for your leadership, not only during 9/11,
well, thank you,
but turning it around to New York City.
Well, thank you. You know the message I'd like to leave them with?
Yeah.
Look, I'm just a human being. I am very aware of the fact that I didn't do it by myself.
Yes.
I did get very, very lucky in having a terrific staff.
Yes.
And I had a great Speaker of the City Council, a Democrat, Peter Vallone. George Pataki did a lot.
I like Peter Vallone.
George couldn't accomplish as much because he had the crook, Shelley Silver.
Yeah.
I knew that. I always felt bad for George. After my original support for Cuomo, I regretted it somewhat, because George turned out to be a great, great person.
Yeah. And showed leadership after 9/11. Yeah.
He made one of the critical decisions in putting us together. Nobody knows this, and it should be explained more because people will follow it. We were a team for 4 months. We were not outside of each other's sight more than 2 hours a day. We had our staff meetings together. He took the governor's staff meeting and the mayor's staff meeting, and we held it together because we knew we could get along. But we know government enough to know that our staffs are going to fight no matter what.
Yeah.
And we put them there and made them work jointly on things. And here was the outcome of it. If something went wrong, had we not done that, his staff would have blamed me, my staff would have blamed him, and we never would have resolved it.
Yeah.
Now, if it goes wrong, we both have to defend it.
You're all in the same room.
And we got to fix it.
Yeah.
It was, and I think he came up with that idea. If he didn't, he agreed to it right away. And I think that is probably a core principle of how you deal with an emergency. There's got to be a joint. If you see a hurricane and you see, like in Katrina, the governor in the Capitol and the mayor in a boat having a nervous breakdown, the federal government can't do anything about that.
Right.
Because they're not on the spot. The president's going to go awful.
Yeah.
And the people are going to die.
Well, again, it means a lot that you took the time for us. I want to thank you. And,
this is very valuable.
Reach out anytime.
That there, Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice.
You're one of the prime 10, I'd say I put on a list of 8, 10 that saved free speech in America.
Yes.
during the Dark Ages.
We're in touch with the people.
The Dark Ages were
we listen to the real American voices across America.
Yeah.
And that's what makes RAV a great place.
You're just telling the truth.
Yes.
You're using your common sense, as the president says, to try to figure out the truth. Look, there are times I disagree with him.
Wear a mirror.
But I use the same process that he uses, and then I eventually can figure out, or he moderates it, or, it's not that you agree with someone like that who you admire. I've worked for Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
I agree with Ronald Reagan 80% of the time, 90% of the time. But that's more than enough. And he did monumental things like free Eastern Europe.
You know what the core of it is? The good people of America are tired of being told they're the bad people. And that's why Donald Trump got elected again.
Yeah, well, we could talk about this at some point, but I'm going to tell you the key thing to it, throwing God out.
Sure.
You throw God out, you can't have morality.
Look what happened in Minneapolis today.
I say to people that don't believe in God, you're better off with a country that believes in God, because it'll be a better country. Maybe you're special and you can figure out how to be very moral and high-minded and contributory without God. Most people need God.
100 million were killed under communism.
So I used to know atheists I debated with who used to say that. I learned that from an agnostic.
Yeah.
I don't think God exists. I can't quite get myself there. It isn't that I'm sure he doesn't, but I can't see the proof. But I think it's much better that people do, because it makes them better.
There's no doubt about it. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
When we come back, an interview you won't want to miss with Richard Rotans, who led New York's emergency response in the wake of the attacks. His firsthand account reveals the challenges, the courage, and the lessons that continue to guide us today. That's next on our special 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns.
We'll be right back with more of 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right, back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Welcome back to 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Here on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to 9/11, 24 years later. America still mourns. We must never forget September the 11th, 2001, and we must especially remember the contributions and sacrifice of America's first responders on that harrowing day. That's why we sat down with Richard Rotans, who has an incredible story to share. He dug his way out of the rubble of the World Trade Center and went on to manage New York City's emergency response to the attacks. Listen to this extraordinary interview.
9/11 has special meaning to so many, but it has a really special meaning to those who served in the fire department, the FDNY of New York, the NYPD, and the Port Authority police officers. So many perished that day, September 11, 2001. And here to discuss the day's events, I have a very special man. He's the grandfather to 17 children. You're the father of 14 children. That in and of itself is just mind-blowing. But you are a retired captain in the FDNY.
Correct.
You were also the deputy commissioner of the Emergency Operations Center at the time of 9/11, working under Rich Shearer, who has since passed since 9/11. And you were headquartered in Building 7. I want to talk about those days' events. How are you, Rich? Rich Rotans, everybody. Rich Rotans.
Thanks for having me.
It's an honor. We've had many conversations over the years.
Right.
And, people need to understand the gravity of what happened on that day. 16-acre debris field, 5 buildings fully collapsed, another 3 partially collapsed, 11 buildings suffered major damage, another 37 buildings suffered damage. The destruction. I got a chance to go down to the pile 3 days after 9/11. Never get that out of my head. I'll never get the smell out of my head of the debris and anything else that was going on, and all the ambulances sitting on the Marine Terminal, driveway. None of them moving. There were no survivors. Tell us about that day, Rich Rotans. Where were you that morning?
That morning, I was with 2 of my colleagues on the 23rd floor discussing about a drill we're going to have the next day. It was going to be a biodefense drill.
In Building 7.
Building 7. And then we're going to have this biodefense drill over at Pier 92. Having all the cadets and probationary firemen from fire and police, about 1,500 of them, and see how fast we can give out medication, M&Ms. But we're doing a time series study on that. And as we're discussing, I could see out the window a plane flying very low. I go, this guy is kind of low, and all of a sudden you hear him plowing over our heads and hit Tower 1. And we all knew right away that this is not an accident.
Wow.
So with that, I had my staff fire up the OC. Don't call anybody in, but just get it going. And I went downstairs to the lobby of Tower 1 to meet with the fire city director to start a command post for the fire, PD, and Giuliani. With that, I met my friend Joe Pfeiffer, the battalion chief. He was with 2 French photographers filming up the life of a probationary fire.
Who can forget that footage?
No, it's unreal. What I thought was impressive about these two video guys was that there's a woman in the hallway screaming for 100% burns, and they never filmed it. They just walked by her. But they're very courteous, and I thought that was very impressive. But myself and Joe Pfeiffer were discussing about operations, and with that, the commissioners come in, Von Essen came in, the commissioner for fire department, my counterparts, and I came in. So I said, all right, I'm going to go back to Tower 7. With that, we heard another explosion, and that was the second plane hitting the second tower. The big problem about going to and from Tower 1 and Tower 7 was the jumpers. The first fireman that was killed by a jumper. And you have to really watch where they're coming, because they were coming out in the dozens on the east side of the building where you really couldn't see from West Street. So when I went back to Tower 7, got upstairs to the 23rd floor, and I told the staff, you're out of here. Go downstairs, take the stairs, and go north. Don't go south, go north.
So you evacuated Building 7?
I told the security from Tower 7 and 6 and 5 to get everybody out of the buildings, because we have no idea what's going on. We knew we were under attack. We didn't know about Shanksville. We didn't know about the Pentagon. We knew that New York City is getting hit.
Yeah, and in just an hour or so before, Betty Young called, and she was the stewardess of Flight 11, fully loaded with fuel, taken off of Boston. She said that we've been hijacked, and a flight attendant was stabbed, is in critical condition. Other people were killed. They've taken control of the airplane. But you guys didn't know that.
No, not at all. All we knew that the planes are flying into our buildings, and that we were under attack, and we had to set up operations to get out of 7 and go set up our command post down the street at the command vehicle. That's what we were doing initially.
Wow. Okay. So Building 7 was an important building. I met with Larry Silverstein, how he built Building 7 and the towers. And he described to me, the exoskeletal structure of the towers, steel on the outside. Right. It was designed to implode on itself so it didn't fall on neighboring buildings. When they reconstructed Building 7, they used 13,000 PSI around the elevator shafts, and it was a little bit stronger. But that building was really important. The Beast was in the basement for the president.
Right.
You had ATF. You had weapons. There was money and gold, I believe, down there. Right. There was a lot of stuff in there.
5 floors below the plaza itself had a bank with $1 billion worth of gold and silver.
Yeah.
And that was handled by the military and police. Where it went, I couldn't tell you. But we had other issues involved. I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about my staff and sitting up in the OC.
So you tried to go back into Building 7. Right.
I was ordered to go back.
That was after the Tower 2 fell, right?
When all the towers were gone, Chief Hayden at the time, one of the surviving chiefs.
Pete Hayden, right?
Pete Hayden, great guy, outstanding man, asked me and 2 of the chiefs to take a look at Tower 7. All right, and we did that, and we went up as far as the 8th floor. And you could hear the building creak and crack, and you hear things upstairs falling apart. And what was kind of bizarre, we saw an elevator box down the hallway from the elevator shaft. And we thought that was bizarre. So we had tools, and we popped up the roof, and there was nobody in it, fortunately. And we looked around, there was numerous columns and beams missing on the south side of Tower 7. And so the chief goes, time to get out of here. I go, no problem, Chief.
And you described to me that there were chunks taken out of Building 7, the size of trucks, from the debris field, as well as all the surrounding buildings that were damaged. Correct. The building was gravely damaged.
I would say big time, because you could see numerous holes bigger than Mack trucks, for a couple of floors. So this building was going to definitely come down.
Now, the fire burned uncontrollably on 7 floors for more than 11 hours.
Right.
There was no water pressure in that 16-acre debris field. Is that why?
I assume so, but no one was fighting the fires anymore. No one was going into Tower 7, so they just letting it burn. I mean, the chief we knew we lost a lot of men. Had no idea how many at the time, but we're not going to lose any more. That's why he said let's.
Yeah, the fire department was projecting that day that the building was going to come down the next day. They didn't know it was going to fall when it did, but there were a lot of people who felt didn't it fall like just a few hours after you guys left the building?
It fell down like 5:30 in the evening. Yeah. We were there at 12:30.
12:30, yeah. Okay. Such a tragic day. 410,000 first responders came through the pile. 70,000 have cancer, COPD, mesothelioma showing up 20 years later. Now new diseases that they're not even classifying as part of the Victims' Compensation Fund.
Right.
And PTSD. Almost 8,000 have died so far, including that day, either from illness or that day. The loss for you and your friends and family, tell us the depth and the breadth of that loss and watching people around you suffer long term.
I just buried a friend of mine not too long ago. He was a fireman with me in 289 engine, Chris Revere, great guy. And it just seems like every month we're burying 1 or 2 other guys, firemen and caps and Port Authority. Setauket Firemen just did a memorial for a new 9/11 memorial, and they read off the names of those died since. It was over 1,000. Over 1,000 cops, ATF, but state troopers and fire.
Wow.
It's disheartening. So at the scene, we had trouble with communications, but my 2 sons are on the job. They're captains now, and they were at the scene, and they were told I was killed, and I was told they were killed, and we met each other in West Investi. So
it's easy for people to play Monday morning quarterback. You go to war with the army you have, not the one you wished you had.
Right.
So that day, there's a 40-year history of terrorism in New York. And at that point, there were so many attacks broken up. And I talk about that in depth in my Giuliani interview. So many attacks, so many things. The Brooklyn Bridge, the Holland Tunnel, the St. Regis Hotel, the UN, the FBI headquarters, the GW Bridge, Midtown Tunnel, 13 synagogues in Brooklyn. So many plots were foiled, in the past. And then you had the February 26, 1993 bombing. But tell us about that day when 9/11 happened and you guys realized this was a terrorist attack. I've heard criticism that the radios should have been updated before 9/11. The FDNY may have not heard the order to evacuate. My friend Pete Brennan died, I think, going up in Tower 2 in the 74th floor, last seen, with gear on his back, charging up.
The radio communications were good. Patty Brown, who died in Lalaurie 3, he was ordered by the chief to evacuate that floor. He goes, I'm not leaving these people. They're burned or injured. So he was on the upper floors, like the 60s or 70s floors. So the communications a lot of times was pretty good. Eventually it died when Tower 1 came down because the large antenna and everything else went to down the toilet.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that because, a lot of people bring that up and other things. Is there anything that you can think of in 2020 hindsight that would have made a difference when 9/11 happened? Or was it just so catastrophic it really didn't matter?
I don't think anything would have mattered. It was very catastrophic. I mean, we lost water. We lost our radios. We lost a lot of manpower, vehicles. We lost the bulk of our special operations crew that was there. It was unfortunate. Ray Downey, God bless him. Yeah. He was the most famous rescue chief in history. And Pete Gansey, the chief of the department. Yeah. He wasn't leaving. He's not going to leave his men, and Bill Feehan. So you have the most famous fire officers in history were lost.
Wow. Okay. Tell us about the Victims' Compensation Fund. Do you think that, the Zadroga Act and other things have the needs of the survivors and those who are sick generally taken care of?
I think so. I was diagnosed with skin cancer from 9/11, and they took care of me. I go to my 9/11 medical at the 9/11 medical facilities, and they can't do enough for you. So if there's anything going on, if you have something that you have to go for surgery for or procedures, done.
Where were you in the first World Trade Center bombing?
I was a covering captain that was sent me to the site. So
wow. So you got there. There was 6 floors blown out of the. Now they parked the truck in the wrong garage, right, at the hotel, not in the main garage. Right. Probably would have done a lot more deaths, right, if they did it right. I
think so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's something how they discovered the car, so the guy didn't got rid of the truck right away.
Well, so the FBI didn't solve that. They pulled the axle out of the van up, and it was a New York City high school educated motor pool guy, because the FBI couldn't identify the VIN number on it. And he said, no, there's a book. It's masked because it's a rental. You have to go to another book. And that's how they discovered that it was a rental.
Right.
And they called up Mahmoud Abba Halima and Mohammed Salame to come pick up their, $500 deposit at the truck rental place in Jersey. And they actually showed up for their deposit. That's how they were caught.
That's how smart they were.
Yeah, well, Ramzi Youssef was the mastermind behind that. And he was the nephew of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. And bin Laden, the first plot for 9/11 was to break El Sayed Nosair out of Attica prison, who got sentenced there on a gun charge for killing Maya Kahana in the Marriott East Side Hotel. And then the second string of attacks were going to be to kidnap Aldamado's daughter and blow up 13 synagogues. But Ramzi Youssef got involved with bin Laden, ordering him to come here to teach him. He said, go teach him how to make that bomb, right? Pretty incredible. The history when you look into it. And they were recruiting in the Al Farouk Mosque and the Sahadi spice market for with the Mujahideen to fight in Afghanistan for years, right under our noses. Blind Sheikh allowed to come here legally in 1990.
Not to interrupt it, but it was kind of strange that day. We realized it at the end of the day that around the World Trade Center Plaza, all the buildings, you had like hot dog stands, people selling donuts and coffee with that, all Muslim orientated. They weren't there that day.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I know some were dancing on the roofs in Jersey.
They were dancing in this bar next to Farrell's in Park Slope, whatever. So the fireman came out and had a little scuffle with the guys who were dancing. So
yeah. And then we saw those images coming from the Gaza Strip and stuff, right? They were celebrating abroad the 9/11 attacks. Okay, what is your takeaway for our audience from all of what you've been through? And what's the message for everybody?
The message is, it's very simple. Be self-prepared. Be self-prepared at home. If something happens right now, do you have enough water and food for about a week? Right, because if they shut down, supply chains or whatever, there's going to be other attacks. We know that.
Well, they did that.
Yeah, I know. But I would say just be self-prepared, and also with your company, with places you work for, what preparation has they done? It's very simple. It's not rocket science.
Right. Have you been back to the site? Do you go to the anniversary, or
I don't go to the anniversary per se. I just go to the site once in a while. The museum, which I think did a great job.
Yeah,
they did a very good job, and they treat all the responders. They don't pay tickets, whatever. They give you a hat and a badge, and they did a great job. And I just see all the guys that we lost. They have great photographs of their rigs and so on.
My uncle who passed, he was I think he was 288 hazmat or rescue 4.
I was there,
and he was so skinny they used to use him to fit through the windows to get and to help people, and through the bars of the windows. These people are the best of the best, the greatest generation.
Yeah.
Right. How about going forward? At the FDNY, are they in good shape?
I think they're in great shape. I mean, I have 2 of my boys that are captains on the job. They love it. There's things change. Do people change? Yeah, all the time. Okay. When I came on the job in the 70s, the guys go, you missed the warriors.
A lot of the children of the lost firefighters are FDNY now.
Yep. It should be.
Wow. Yeah. All right, everybody. Richard Rotance, former FDNY captain. He was the deputy director that day of 9/11 in the Emergency Operations Center under the leadership of Rudy Giuliani. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. It's really very special. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
What an incredible story. What an incredible man Richard Rotance truly is. And what an amazing tale. We've got one more break to get to, and then we'll get to some personal stories about 9/11 from myself and the others that work here at Real America's Voice. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with more of 9/11 24 years later. America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Welcome back to 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Here on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to our special 9/11, 24 years later, America still mourns. Before we leave you today, we wanted to get to some of the personal stories from September the 11th. Where were you? I know where I was. I was bringing my mother home from the dentist. She had a morning dentist appointment. And I heard about the attack on the radio heading back to her home. It was surreal. We got to her home, ran in, turned the television on, and moments later saw the second tower get hit. And we stood there, shocked, and then we watched both buildings come down. A life-changing moment for both of us, and something you never forget, that's for sure. Now let's hear from some of our other Real America's Voice hosts. Listen to this.
I was at the Capitol with my husband the day that it happened.
I remember being working in Evansville, Indiana.
I was crossing the Memorial Bridge, having just passed the Pentagon.
I was home when all of this happened.
I was in the dorms at Auburn.
I was there on the day 9/11 happened.
We had two little small televisions, and I remember standing before those TVs and watching the planes crash into the Twin Towers, and we all were just kind of numb.
I remember holding my children a lot more closely, hugging my friends and family just a little bit longer.
I had a dorm suite mate who came into our room saying that the World Trade Center had blown up, and I remember thinking to myself, she's crazy, what is happening? And then I turned on the TV, and she was very, very right.
I looked fear and terror straight in the eye that day as I watched people flee those falling buildings with absolute terror on their faces and in their eyes. I hope and pray that no one ever has to face that again.
I stopped my car and took a little picture with my little tiny Ericsson phone that had probably about a 0.2 of a megapixel camera to get some of the shots of the fireball.
When you look at today, less than 2 months after the remembrance of 9/11, a Marxist jihadist is going to be elected mayor of New York City. Think about that. Are they winning or are they not winning? That's what we need to focus on. The memory of 9/11, but bring it forward and honor those people. Honor them by fighting back.
thank you, all of you, for joining us and taking a look back at September the 11th, 2001, a day that changed America forever. We will always remember the lives lost and the heroes of that day. We will always honor them, and we will never forget. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for joining us for this Real America's Voice special. 9/11, 24 years later, America still mourns. May we continue to remember, to honor, and to never forget.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
He is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country.
Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly.
Please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened.
We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
He believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation.
He was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family.
Pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence.
He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person.
He was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steely resolve about this.
Well, as you know, folks, less than 24 hours ago on this very show, we were trying to make sense of Charlie Kirk's murder. The FBI is now offering up $100,000, up to $100,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest of the individual or individuals responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Call 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can submit photos, video, ideas, thoughts, anything. Give them anything. FBI.gov/Utah Valley shooting. FBI.gov/Utah Valley shooting. Alrighty, September 10th, yesterday, the day we will never forget. Another one of those, right? One of the great evangelists for MAGA, for conservatives, was murdered, gunned down, assassinated, as Bannon said, gunned down in cold blood. Charlie Kirk was the left's worst nightmare. He was a political force. He was strong, smart, positive, and convincing, and he was opening young minds. Charlie Kirk was the left's worst nightmare, and so they killed him. And what's worse, they celebrated that murder. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Democrats have now made it abundantly clear who exactly they are. They're the party of violence. They're the party of murder. They're the party of evil. And they reminded us of that fact yesterday. The late Charlie Kirk once said, very difficult to say late, but late Charlie Kirk once said, quoting, "You can tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies." Now, this is so disgusting, I think it needs to be played over and over again so that people truly understand the level of evil and hate that we're dealing with in America right now on the left. You're about to watch some of a live feed. Now, I was watching this live. This is a live feed from the platform TMZ, an entertainment platform nonetheless. But listen carefully, you can hear cheers and clapping and joy in the background just as Harvey Levin announces that President Trump confirmed Charlie Kirk was dead. Listen carefully to the cheers.
The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Janet, go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
So that was live. Now, you can hear the cheering in the background. But then a very pathetic attempt to explain away what is so obvious to the rest of us. Again, a classic leftist, what you heard, folks, you didn't really hear, right? Harvey Levin and TMZ.
And they were laughing, they were clapping, and you could hear it out here. And we want to make a couple of things clear. One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing, they were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
That's a lie. You are a pathetic liar, Harvey Levin. I watched that. You were waiting to see if it was confirmed that he was dead. The uproar happens, and immediately they tell you Trump posted on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk was dead. That is a lie, Harvey. You're going to go to hell for lying like that. Let's be clear. TMZ was forced to apologize because they got caught. The Democrat Party media showed us exactly who they are and what they're made of. Their message was loud and clear yesterday that Charlie Kirk had it coming, that he was asking for this, and that this brutal murder was somehow his own fault. And guess what? It got worse and worse throughout the afternoon and into the evening, and more horrendous in the minutes before Charlie Kirk even died. Listen.
But following up what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Well, Matt Dowd, that was so vile and disgusting that after putting out a statement, MSNBC had no choice but to fire that son of a bitch. Sorry, Matt Dowd. Or maybe this ridiculous comment is why they parted ways with Dowd.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea.
So, supporter shooting a gun off in celebration. It was a high caliber, long range rifle. It was a hit. It was probably a coordinated hit, but we don't know that yet anyway for sure. But we're going to continue to listen. That's not the only prize MSNBC gave us. Within minutes of Charlie Kirk being shot with his condition still unknown, MSNBC ghoul Katie Tur just couldn't help herself.
After one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. The carjacking situation, he used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
Using that. A young man is shot, and that's where her thoughts go. Vile, disgusting. There are no words for garbage like that. I say scrap the whole operation. They've got blood on their hands. Just shut the whole thing down, MSNBC. But no more or less than the dirty politicians who've convinced and condoned this violence for years. They know it, which is why their immediate reaction, of course, was to deflect and blame MAGA for the violence they themselves keep perpetrating.
And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
Are you kidding me, J.B. Pritzker? Are you kidding me? Fomented. Got it. MAGA's fault. Trump's fault. But wait, there's more.
Oh, please.
Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
You have no soul, Democrat. You have no heart, no soul. If Pocahontas wants to point out the hatred that's been created, look no further than the House floor. When Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert called for a moment of prayer for someone brutally shot just for his political opinions, Democrat let the world know just how evil they truly are. You can hear them protesting no in the background as Speaker Johnson tries to maintain order. But the Democrat Party just can't help itself. And the media they own, no better. Listen. No. Let's. As expected, New York Times in their carefully curated headlines, quote, Charlie Kirk, right-wing force and a close Trump ally dies at 31. How about murdered? How about assassinated? In fact, we changed a chyron yesterday. I didn't like passed. We put up assassinated because that's what it was. Stop it, New York Times. He didn't die at 31. His heart stopped because there's a bullet through his jugular. And why was Charlie Kirk murdered, by the way? How about this right here?
Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime.
Like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. I mean, obviously anyone can be a criminal, but it is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like,
you get up in the morning and you doom scroll through things, and although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying.
But you can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands. Yeah.
You think any of that had anything to do with it? They, Democrats, incited this violence. They called Charlie racist for no reason. The blood is on Democrats' hands. Look at Harry Sisson, that clown right there. Piece of garbage. Little influencer. Biden influencer. Wow. But what's incredible is that after having a day to process what happened, 24 hours or less, the Democrat Party media still running with their "this is MAGA's fault" narrative.
By and large, saying we all need to turn down the rhetoric. So let's be serious about where this violence is coming from.
Speaking of this tragedy, is this a moment for your party to reflect on political violence?
But what can be done? I fear when this is an escalation already in less than 24 hours of this shooting.
That is incredibly dangerous. I am really, really disappointed. And what I would urge, I would really urge the President of the United States to speak out against that. I don't view this as an issue of the right or the left. I think we've seen political violence, on both sides of the spectrum.
These Democrats, they're the ones killing people, not us. The left is. And yet their answer is to come out today, less than 24 hours after he was murdered, assassinated in cold blood, talking to students at a Utah university, and scold conservatives. Listen, a fish rots from the head down. When Joe Biden yelled in front of red lights in Philadelphia about MAGA extremists being the biggest threat to America, his followers listened. When every Democrat leader and politician spends more than a decade spreading violent and hateful propaganda rhetoric against MAGA and Trump and anyone who supports him, there are consequences. There's lunatics on the left. They'll take that and run with it. It's their dog whistle. It's their signal to perpetrate violence against the people that they're calling racist and bigoted for no reason. The left created this. And now we have millions and millions of brainwashed left-wing lunatics who actually believe that President Trump is Hitler or something and the supporters MAGA are Nazis. And they've been encouraged to harm us. Charlie Kirk died debating. And that is the cornerstone of democracy. Killing Charlie for that is the definition of fascism. Killing is all they have. Violence is all they have left. After the attempt on President Trump's life, the left didn't dial down their rhetoric. No, they were even more hateful and vile than ever. This is who they are. Pure, unadulterated hate. As an American, in my life, there have been only 2 moments where a public event left me shaken and where I thought that the future of America is uncertain. 2 moments where I thought there's a possibility a terrible future may lay ahead. First was September 11th, 2001. I was there, watched it, watched the planes fly into the... I worked at the World Trade Center. I was there for that. The confusion afterwards, I can't even describe. And the second, September 10th, 2025, nearly 24 years later. I don't know what lies ahead, but I do know this. The left just showed us exactly who they are. This is the line in the sand. I'm angry. You should be angry. We should all be pissed and more resolute than ever. This is only the beginning. What we do next, it's critical. What we do next will decide the future of this country. Charlie Kirk did not die in vain, and we will make sure of that. Up next, we're going to talk to Brandon Roussan, a young man who was right in front of Charlie Kirk when he was assassinated. Stick around for that. 2.5 minutes away.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're gonna break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
All right, folks, our next guest was in the crowd in front of Charlie Kirk during yesterday's assassination at Utah Valley University. Brandon Roussan he's shaken. He's shaken up by the murder of Charlie Kirk, but he's agreed to come on and tell us what happened. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us, take us through, first of all, where were you specifically? Let's just establish that.
I was directly in front of Charlie's tent, approximately 15 feet in front of him when the shot occurred.
When the shot occurred. Okay, now let's back up a little bit. The beautiful day, gorgeous day, big crowd, huge crowd. Anything unusual at the time maybe before? Did you notice anything? Just take us through anything you may have seen or thought or heard.
There was nothing visibly unusual that I observed. However, I did walk into the courtyard thinking if there was going to be any sort of attempt on Charlie's life, this is a awful open area. There's so many vantage points that maybe a shooter could hide in, and those were the legitimate thoughts I had. And I told my friend that I was with before the event began. But then I just kind of threw those thoughts to the side, thinking this was a very Charlie-friendly crowd. Utah's pretty conservative, and so I just didn't think anything of it after that until, of course, the event took place.
Now tell us, he had the microphone down. He was listening to, I think, a student or someone in the audience's question. Picks up the microphone, starts to answer the question, and tell us what you saw, what you witnessed.
Oh man, I replayed in my head all day and all night. I couldn't sleep. I can't eat. It is a haunting image that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I didn't think it was real at first when I heard the shot and I saw Charlie slump over, and just the graphic detail of that fatal wound really shook me up. I didn't have any time to process it before I dropped to the ground with everyone else kind of instinctively. And at that point, I knew that Charlie had been shot, and what I had saw was it looked like that shot would be fatal. So I reached for my phone and texted my wife and told her that there was a shooter, and that I loved her. And in case there were any more shots that would happen, and luckily there wasn't. But I needed her to know in case the shooter was going to target anyone else.
You hear one shot, the crowd goes down, starts to disperse. You don't hear any more shots, right?
No more shots. And at that point, when people realized there weren't any more shots, I think we all kind of got an adrenaline rush, started running towards the buildings. I know the people in the back had started to run to buildings at first, but all of us who were in the standing crowd had dropped down to the ground and were kind of all huddled together.
Yeah, I've seen the video. I know what you saw. I saw it on tape. I know what I saw. Everyone wanted to believe he was going to be okay, but that was an instantly fatal shot. Leading up to this, you're part of the community, the Utah Valley University community area. How did you find yourself at this event?
I was a former UVU student. I saw ads posted for this event. I've watched and loved Charlie Kirk's content for years, and so I was very excited to attend this event and see the open dialogue he would have with people in Utah, and so there was so much excitement. It was a way for me to decompress from the school year, and obviously it's now a very traumatizing event in my life.
Brandon, did you see any counter protesting? Did you see any people who were anti-Charlie? I saw a couple of pride flags, some folks on some looked like almost a bridgeway or walkway with some yes. Pride flags and signs. Tell us if you saw anything that would look like could be potentially, I don't know, a lead for investigators. What did you see?
In terms of the protesting, yes, above the tent there were protesters who had signs. We weren't really heeding them at all. However, the thing that really kind of still haunts me and makes me suspicious, and I think it's already being looked into. Once the shot rang out and we dropped to the ground, I don't know if you've seen the video that's going around of a guy who was in the middle of that standing crowd close to the tent. He was the only one still standing up, and he was pumping his fists in the air and shouting and yelling. And I was right next to that guy in that crowd. And I looked up to him while I was on the ground, and I just felt I felt really dark in that moment. I don't know.
He was celebrating Charlie's demise. Is that what your indication was?
Yes.
So can you describe this guy a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, he was just standing next to me in the crowd before it happened, and
was he wearing?
The video shows him what he looks like.
White guy, Caucasian, African American. Tell us what he looked like.
That's it. Right
that's the guy. This is the guy we're talking about right here.
I am right down on the ground next to that guy, and
holy smokes, I haven't seen that.
That made me feel a terrible feeling when I saw him doing that. I think that's when it sank in that Charlie had just been killed.
You know, very, very odd. Show that. Yeah, keep rolling this, because when we freeze right here, he's looking right there. That's kind of the direction that shot came from, is it not? Because it was. You'll tell me, Brandon. You know the positioning of the stage versus where you were and where the shot is allegedly come from. Could he be looking back at a shooter?
I think it's very possible he could be looking back at the shooter. I know at this point the shooter had run off the rooftop, according to other videos that have been released. But I would not discount it as. I do think he could be looking in that direction. Absolutely.
I do. I'm going to call an audible from the chair here, a booth. Brendan, do you have a minute? Can we take a break and can we come back with you?
Sure, absolutely.
All right, folks. Let's do a quick break, and we're going to come back with Brandon Russin. He was there, Eyewitness, folks.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much? American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, continuing the conversation with Brandon Russin, who was there as an eyewitness right up front at the booth, at Charlie's booth when he was assassinated. Brandon, bringing you back. So this happens. This guy, this lunatic, is pumping his arms and fists. Tell me, when you saw Charlie get hit, tell us what happens next. They got him off the stage and into an SUV fast. The people around that, was there anything unusual? What did you notice about the people who were on the stage with him at the time?
I didn't notice anything about the people on the stage with him. I know he had talked very highly about his team and named them all by name. And so I didn't notice anything else unusual besides this man that was next to me. But yeah, I didn't even see him carried away because I think I was too focused on helping me and my friend get out of there.
So let me ask this, anything at all? Like, even, is there something you play through your mind and go, oh yeah, I'm not gonna, maybe that doesn't sound right. Is there anything at all, even when you're leaving, discussions that strikes you as odd?
I mean, the sickening thing that I saw was some of the liberal protesters there, some of the students there, just laughing and jeering. I'm not alleging that they had anything to do with it, but more that they are just celebrating the death of this beloved man. And unfortunately, I did not notice anything else suspicious besides this man who is very, very clear in my head. And I hope that they're able to bring him in for questioning.
I'm sure they will. Kash Patel, FBI director's on his. He's en route, Utah, right as we speak. Brandon, how are you doing?
Thank you for asking. I think talking about it has helped ground me. I've been trying to push the image of what I saw out of my head for the past 24 hours. And yes, talking about it recreates that image in my head once again. But I think I can now tell myself this is not a nightmare. This is reality, and all I can do now is move forward. So in short, I'm doing okay.
Well, okay is that's good. We're good. We're proud of you, my friend. Talk to people if you need to. It's good. All right, Brandon Russin, thank you so much for sharing what you saw, what you know. If there's other things that come up, please contact our producers. We'll get you back on, my friend. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks. Our next guest, the executive director for the Foundation for Freedom Online, Mr. Mike Bentz. Mike, you've been listening to a harrowing recount of one of the most tragic moments maybe ever in American history. Young man was front row to a heinous assassination. What are you hearing? First of all, what are you hearing? And then you can weigh in on what you heard just moments ago.
It's all mortifying. I think it changes the history of this country. It casts a pall of death over what had been really an unbroken series of successes. It's felt like within this movement, within the cultural unity and solidarity that people have felt. This is a loss of an unbelievable and hard to process magnitude. Charlie was a force of nature. I would not be here without Charlie. I don't think we, as a movement, as a cause, would be here without Charlie. He was a child prodigy in this, with a very unique set of gifts that you almost never see in the same person. What this cause needed most in the early days, a decade ago, were institutions. There was a feeling within America and a voter base and an electorate and moms and dads and kids who had a feeling about the way they wanted the direction of this country to go in. But what really makes a cause or a movement durable is the construction of institutions. And there were no MAGA institutions until this 18-year-old kid, Charlie, shows up and he builds not just any institution. He went straight into the lion's den, the most hostile place on planet Earth for an American populist cause. Colleges and universities. I think Turning Point now is 3,500 college chapters. When I was in college, nobody wanted to be labeled a conservative. Nobody wanted to be labeled a Republican. All there was college Republicans, which was a social death sentence. There was no community. There was no solidarity. There were no events. There were no speakers or parties or networking or everyone having each other's back. And Charlie built that from the ground up. And he did that as a communicator, as a long-term strategist, as a bridge builder. I think Charlie had the most difficult job out of anyone. In some ways, more difficult than the president. He had to wrangle every side of MAGA, all of the cultural flare-ups between one side of MAGA versus another, between one side of an issue versus another. And he had to always find a way to bridge them together in order to keep them unified as a cohesive, unified force. And that's very, very, very difficult to do. And that responsibility was put on. You sometimes see that in the wisdom of elders who are able to be diplomatic spokesmen, ambassadors, communicators, but also clear, linear, logical thinkers. Charlie did that as a kid. Every room he walked in, it looked like Charlie was president or was about to be president. When you see him next to presidents, he looks like he's going to be president. I could see him as having been J.D. Vance's vice president in the next election cycle. He turns 35. He did the impossible, building institutions, and that gave a green light to other people that try to build institutions. So we need 1,000 more institution builders, and we just lost our best one to a cold-blooded, gruesome, grisly, broad daylight execution. I think what has to happen at this point has to be an extraordinary message sent from our FBI and law enforcement. An example has to be made.
So
frankly,
you're touching on something, Mike, because I want to delve into this. And what I'd like you to do, let me take a quick break because I want to delve into this because for this guy to pull off a one shot, where is he? He gets away. It scares me. It makes me feel like there's more than one person behind this. But I want Mike Bentz's take after the break. Can you stick around?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and
it was like that.
You know, it was like this. It was like your average
first 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots on the ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you could see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
All right, we're continuing conversation with Mike Benz, the executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online. Mike, okay, so the question I posed to you was, we're 24 hours plus out from the assassination. No sign. They have a person of interest that they may be talking to, but how does a guy get away from this amount of people, these amount of phones and cell phones? Does it not feel to you like there was more people than one shooter involved in this?
I don't know. The range of possibility is very wide. I hesitate to express exactly what my inclinations are in a moment like this, because there's so little information in terms of, we know it was a rooftop shooter. We know it was essentially a one-shot sniper, dead on.
Mike, let me do this. And I know, everyone's going to pull a soundbite if Mike says something or Eric says something that ends up being wrong later. Listen, Wall Street Journal, Drudge reporting, ammunition engraved with trans anti-fascist ideology. It's not us. It's not Mike or Eric or Rav. It's on Drudge right now, and I saw Wall Street Journal saying that one of the shell casings, I think, was what they found with an engravement on it. Now, if true, it changes the dynamic a little, doesn't it?
Certainly, if that bears out to be true. I just know that there have been a few things that have been walked back in the past 24 hours, and so I'm trying. Frankly, Eric, I'm filled with enough rage right now that I want to make sure it's directed at the proper targets. I feel the impulse in me, as I think probably millions do, that as soon as we find this monster, I want him strung up. I want crows to eat his insides out. I want it to be publicly televised after a guilty verdict, due process, and administered by the law. But I want the most monstrous, gruesome death that we just had to watch. I want that to be etched into the halls of eternity, so that anyone who tries to do anything like this ever again sees what their own insides look like on national television. And their family will have to see it the way Charlie's has had to see his. I think about whoever did this, if they had to stand in a room with Charlie, and how Charlie would tower over them, how they wouldn't stand a chance in a fist fight or a verbal fight or anything. And a coward, a pussy. Whoever that is, the most unspeakable things have to be administered by our law enforcement.
Brings up the question, Mike. Brings up the question.
So I hesitate. All I'm saying is I hesitate to point it at the responsible group until we know who that is.
Yeah, I agree. However, I'm again, not Mike or Eric reporting or Rav reporting. New York Post right now just came out. A rifle recovered in the hunt for conservative influencer Charlie Kirk's assassin contained ammo engraved with, quote, transgender and anti-fascist ideology, according to preliminary reports from law enforcement sources. I mean,
I just want to make sure that I know, Eric. I just want to make sure that's 100% true before I lean into it, because if that is true,
fair. That's fair.
And I agree. I know I disagree with the editorial line of the Wall Street Journal quite frequently, and I have seen them factually, in my view, misreport things in the past. And given that our own FBI has released 2 suspects on this already, I just want a higher degree of certainty before I commit that is indeed where this is coming from.
We've had the discussion on this show last week and the beginning part of this week. Should transgender people be barred from purchasing firearms, owning firearms in America? And I would stand on the side, especially if this is true. Again, we just saw the same thing happen in Minneapolis, where a couple of young school children were murdered, assassinated, killed while they're praying in church, and the inscriptions on the gunmen's guns and magazines were anti-Trump, kill Donald Trump. And this was a trans guy doing this, right? It's trans dude. But just allow me.
I totally understand.
If this is true, if this gun that they found did have those markings and it belonged to the shooter, I will continue to say that there's something going on in the trans community. I'm not saying all gay. I'm saying in the trans community, there's something happening. There's something affecting their ability to ration and reason. And maybe it's the drugs they need to take to try and change their gender. Then they're going to change it, but try and change their gender. And it does push into the area of, yes, if you can be mentally unstable and not be allowed to own a gun, or if you can need a medical marijuana card in some states and not own a gun or have an open carry license, then guess what? I believe that whatever's going on in the trans community, we need to investigate, because there's probably some sort of link there. In my opinion, not Rav's, not Mike's, just Eric's.
Right. And where I am on this is I want to see those engraved casings posted by the FBI X account. I want to see them on FBI.gov. I want to get it firsthand from Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, so that we know that this is actually the truth, rather than getting it secondhand from the Wall Street Journal, whose reportage I've not been particularly impressed by in the past several years. And I just want to make sure that is 100% true, because obviously the trans community, I think, has been disproportionately celebrating this death. You can go on Blue Sky and just see post after post of he, her, them, they celebrating this in the most monstrous way possible. You've seen calls from radical members of those communities calling for Charlie's death long before this. I keep a pretty close nose to the grindstone on these left-wing commentary communities online. I think it's important for folks on the conservative side to read what folks with opposing views say to each other, especially when they don't think you're listening. And Charlie was disproportionately a target, almost more than anyone else I can think of, for many, many months and years before this, even though he was arguably the most moderate of all of the large right-wing MAGA voices. But certainly the trans community and many other aspects of the cultural so-called progressive far left, much more far left
Mike,
side.
You're a very smart guy. A lot of people listening to you, they take your word. They need to process this. All the heightened rhetoric. I did a whole monologue with probably 10 different sound bites of progressive liberals kind of blaming Charlie for his own demise, or calling Trump and any one of his supporters, Charlie being one of his biggest, Hitler and Nazis, and basically planting seeds to grow into what these are, these evil acts of assassinations or assassination attempts in Trump. Is there a tie, in your opinion?
Well, the SPLC drew a target map with it looked like basically a bullet sight on Charlie's Turning Point USA. If you remember this heat map of extremist groups and this sort of moral quandary, if you could go back in time and kill baby Hitler, has been very normalized. This idea that if it would change the trajectory of history, it's actually okay to engage in first-degree premeditated, cold-blooded homicide. And I think
interesting
anyone
you say that, because I often think of this in the last 24 hours. Change the course of history. And I think it was you that mentioned Charlie was someone
Kirk was
that
going to be our president.
He could have been a president. He could have been.
There you go. There's no way. The boy was 31 years old, and he already was the key matchmaker, power broker, fundraiser, institution builder. There is no way Charlie Kirk would not have been a president of the United States at some point in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. He was chosen for that. He spent his whole life in this. He was the perfect person for this. He was the bridge between every element of the MAGA movement. And they shot that bridge in the crux of his neck in broad daylight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mike Benz, changed the course of history. Thought about it all morning long. Did they? They may have. And you're passionate about that. Mike, good having you. I appreciate your time. We'll stay on it. We'll bring you back as things warrant. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eric. Be safe.
All right. You too, Mike. 2.5 minutes, folks. We'll be back.
As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. Every day, the American people demand certain accomplishments and victories. Disagreement is what keeps a movement alive, keeps a movement fun. Here in this country, we are a country of flourishing. We're a country of risk-taking. We're a country of building. We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
All right, so yesterday was a terrible day for this country. We all know that. We all know what happened. Unfortunately, millions of people saw what happened only on the internet. Of course, no level of bad news is enough to make Democrats act like sensible, compassionate human beings, starting with none other than Jamie Raskin, the Democrat congressman, who offered a smirk and a shrug before giving a half-assed response about the murder.
To tone down the rhetoric after what happened with Charlie Kirk, you know.
I mean, it's a horror what's going on, and the gun violence is out of control, and you know, my heart goes out to Charlie Kirk's family. What a nightmare this whole thing is. And we saw it recently in Minnesota with elected officials being targeted, and you know, it's just out of control across the country. And so,
gun control, right? Why is it Democrats and liberals are the ones killing everyone and then calling for no more guns? And they're using guns when they do it. Of course, AOC had to weigh in. She made Charlie's killing all about gun control again. But let's be honest, are you really surprised?
Yes, there are words, but most importantly, we are in a job of leadership. We are in a job of action. We are in a role and a position where the American people are looking to us to do something about this. And every single day, people are dying due to gun violence in America. And every single day, there are people in this building that continue to vote against doing anything. They vote against universal background checks. They continue to support legislation.
Gun control. Don Lemon did another one of his terrible man on the street reporting segments. By the way, Don Lemon texted me in the middle of the show yesterday. Is Charlie really dead? Shut up, Don. Shut the hell up. Well, he was on the street and just, I don't know, right after Charlie Kirk was killed. It was horrible, completely politicized, the unthinkable situation. He, like AOC, immediately used the tragedy as his opportunity to what? Push gun control. It's their only thing they've got. Watch.
You yelled at me.
I did.
Do you know Charlie Kirk?
No, I don't.
Charlie Kirk is the Turning Point USA. He's a very conservative right-wing activist. He was shot today at a college gathering in Utah and killed.
I'm disheartened by that because he's a human being. I don't condone the death or any killing of anyone. That's wrong.
Regardless of their political views?
Regardless of their political views. We're all humans.
Yeah. What should we do about guns?
We definitely need to have gun control so that we can eliminate violence.
You think this will make a difference?
Absolutely.
You do?
I do, because the attention is here. I think and I hope that it will allow people to take it more seriously and do something about it.
Gun control. All right. I want to show you a clip now. It's going viral right now. A man in the crowd. Well, you know, I don't even want to do this right now. Ben, let's do the other thing instead. I found this video from June of last year, June of 2024. So Trump is running. This is before Trump had the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Let's roll the first soundbite because this is Charlie really talking about exactly what happened to him. It's really prescient on his part, and I'm just it's eerie to hear him say this, knowing what happened yesterday. Watch.
This is where this is headed. I hope everyone understands. Whether it be Julius Caesar, Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Bobby Kennedy. The assassinations of major political leaders are nothing new. And yet we've kind of been immune to that for a couple of decades. We have been warning about this for months. Now, the very interesting question is, will they try to kill Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Before the assassination attempt in Butler, Charlie Kirk said that. But he went on And this is where this is the legacy that we need to have post Charlie Kirk. Listen.
This is why the next man up philosophy is so important, and why we wanted to do the show with you, Steve, as a show of force, is that you take one out, 100 more appear. You take one out, 1,000 more appear. You take one out, 10,000 more appear. You take one out, we give more money. You take one out, we register more voters. You take one out, is that it only actually makes us stronger.
Pretty amazing, right? They took Charlie Kirk out, but they didn't take out TPUSA. They didn't take out Charlie Kirk's movement that he started. We will continue that. We will hold the torch. We will continue to follow that. And when he said you take one out, we have 10 more behind it. That's what I hope. I really hope that 10 young people from TPUSA stand up and become their own Charlie Kirk's army of people talking about how the conservative movement matters and is the right movement for this country. Otherwise, we're going to get lost by the left, and they will take it and they will run with it. Folks, it's been a tough hour. It's been a tough couple of days, tough couple 24 hours. We'll be back again tomorrow. The War Room's up next.
You have to translate to action. Listen, they have this theory that if they take out Trump and they get Tucker Carlson fired and they liquidate Alex Jones and they keep MTG off committees for a first term in Congress, unheard of, if they take away the law license of Rudy Giuliani and bankrupt one of the greatest men in this country, if they bankrupt the Hoffs over at Gateway Pundit and John Eastman, I can go down and down and down and get parents to go into school boards intimidated. If they can go take the little Catholic churches, the Latin Mass Catholic churches, and intimidate them. If we just sit there and say, "Oh, woe is me," then we lose. We're winning. We're ascended. This movement's getting bigger every day. Look at why did Joe Biden roll the dice and want to debate President Trump on Thursday, 5 months before the campaign? Simply because he's so far down. He's so far behind because African Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans, people under 29 years old. Everybody is coming to MAGA. 2/3 of the country to MAGA, and they're coming because they understand that this is about taking their country back and stopping this invasion, stopping the forever war, stopping the madness on Capitol Hill. Our movement's ascended. They think if they can decapitate that and do it with, 50 negative pieces on Charlie Kirk and Turning Point's terrible. And trust me, Charlie Kirk's going to get an IRS investigation. They're already, I'm sure going after Charlie Kirk in every different aspect. If we act like we're intimidated, they're going to win. Here's why look, would I rather not spend the next 4 months there? Of course not. But it is what it is. And here's what I know. My team and our audience will step up to the plate. That's why Next Man Up, because this is a 20-year project to take our country back. A lot of us are not going to be around in a couple of years. President Trump is 78 years old and had the burden of the world put on him, including being not just a company strip, but in a couple of weeks he's going to be sentenced to prison. Donald Trump, who gave us 4 years of peace and prosperity as president. This is how out of control it is.
Oh, what she's doing is she's trying to get out the visual and the idea of assassinating Donald Trump. This is where this is headed. I hope everyone understands, whether it be Julius Caesar, Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Bobby Kennedy. Assassinations of major political leaders are nothing new. And yet we've kind of been immune to that for a couple of decades. We have been warning about this for months. Now, the very interesting question is, will they try to kill Joe Biden or Donald Trump? That's the interesting question. Which one right now is a bigger threat to them? And that I'll let the audience kind of ruminate on that question. But we've been warning about this for quite some months. This is why the next man up philosophy is so important and why we wanted to do the show with you, Steve, as a show of force, is that you take one out, 100 more appear. You take one out, 1,000 more appear. You take one out, 10,000 more appear. You take one out, we give more money. You take one out, we register more voters. You take one out, is that it only actually makes us stronger. You see, there are 3 different ways to analyze political movements or to categorize them. There are the fragile, the durable, and the anti-fragile. This is from Nassim Taleb, which is a phenomenal book. The fragile is the Mitt Romney Republican Party. That is the Paul Ryan Republican Party. You say one bad word about them, they collapse, they bend a knee, they surrender, and they're relentlessly apologizing and they're spineless. Then there is the durable. The durable is the best of the conservative movement prior to Donald Trump. That would be the conservative movement that always held on and they put up a good fight, had some fortitude, but didn't quite have enough to be able to endure the grind or the slog of the activist regime media. And then there is the anti-fragile. I encourage everyone to read the book Anti-Fragile. In the book Anti-Fragile, Nassim Taleb argues that there are unique people, organizations, movements, restaurants, companies that actually get stronger the more pressure and opposition that is applied upon them. And when you find an anti-fragile movement, that their life force is actually what ends up being opposition. That is Donald Trump. Has anyone noticed that Donald Trump looks younger, stronger, more full of life and vitality after the indictments than before the indictments? It gives him purpose, reason of being. It gives him a telos, as the Greekers would say, or a teleological purpose for existence. This movement that we are part of right now, that historians will write about for the next 1,000 years. Let me say that again. This movement that you are part of will be written about for the next millennia. People do not remember the many movements from 400 or 500 years ago. Maybe a little bit here, English Revolution, whatever. This movement will be written about for 1,000 years. And when the history books are written, it will befuddle historians 600, 700, 800 years from now. Why is it that the people that had so much to lose, the Steve Bannons, the Peter Navarros, the Donald Trumps, they kept on doubling and tripling down? Because full of fortitude and that resolute spirit, we have the chance to influence the arc of history, as the left-winger Hegelians would always say. The arc of history always bends towards justice. How about this? The arc of history will bend back towards citizen-led government, not subjects, not slaves. And we will use this dark moment as they cart you off tomorrow, Steve, and put you in handcuffs, and we say goodbye for 123 days. For 123 days, I will work harder than I ever have my entire life. This is repulsive. This is disgusting. It is outrageous. And it is a call to action for every citizen watching right now to do more. You are not doing enough. I am not doing enough because one of our on-field commanders is getting taken off for 123 days. What are we going to do about it?
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Thursday, 11 September in the year of our Lord 2025 to show you the, and all day we started at the morning show, and then with War Room, we had Andrew and Tyler on, and then, of course, we tossed to the Charlie Kirk show, Jack Posobiec and Andrew and Tyler, and that show was magnificent. You had so many of folks that just can't do much TV now because they're in the government certain areas. You had Darren Beatty and others come on. It was fantastic. I think Speaker Johnson actually called up one to be on. Raheem was on. So all day you've gotten a good flavor, and what we wanted to try to do is make sure that you got a sense of Charlie Kirk besides the public just persona. You've seen Charlie making speeches or Charlie on TV and doing interviews. But this one was so special because Jack and Charlie, given that they were going to have the 12 o'clock show, were I think close to my last guest, if not my last guest, on the morning of 1 July in the year of the Lord 2024, when I was about to jump in an SUV with the late, great Bernie Carrick and Eric Prince and go to Danbury Prison, which was right up the road from the hotel where we shot the morning show. Look at Charlie's understanding. It's very haunting, right? I'm talking about Next Man Up because, hey, when I went to prison, I was very specific because, you know, everybody that comes and works at the War Room has to watch 12 O'Clock High, which is all about Next Man Up and about teams, right, in small organizations. I didn't give any instructions to Dave Braddard, Natalie Winters, or Peter Navarro wasn't out of prison yet. But to all the other, Mike Davis and everybody else that pitched in and took a 4-hour show, it's very tough to find host when you're on 4 hours a day, and particularly when you're split 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And the rule of thumb, folks should know in both radio and TV, it's 2 or 3 hours of preparation for every 1 hour you're on air. And Rush Limbaugh, I think, laid out that. And Rush had accumulation of such knowledge, so you can imagine for most people, to kind of walk through the questions, the clips, think through the issues, make sure you sound like you know what you're talking about. So that's the preparation. And I was about to go to prison for 4 months, and this show, which was so vital as an organizing, instrument for the grassroots, for the precinct strategy, and for Tyler and everything everybody was doing the grassroots level. And they took me out on purpose at that time. You remember that. They kind of gun-decked the whole thing. First of all, the whole thing was a joke, but they gun-decked the timing and delayed the appeals for months and months and months, just so I would be taken out for those 123 days right to the rump election and only have a week left over. And they didn't realize we could do a lot from federal prison to help organize. But it was very important to me to know that the organization could go on if I was not there, because they are trying to take us out. Remember, at the head of our movement, they were trying to put in federal prison. And Charlie Kirk came on totally off the top of his head, just off of that, what I had said, and turned to him before I'm about to punch out for 4 months, and the burden's really going to be on him and Jack, with the Charlie Kirk show, all of it, and lays out and very hauntingly talks about the assassinations. Talks about next man up, talks about the responsibility of it all, talks about how they were trying to take out Trump, and what purposes, and particularly Tlaib's book on Anti-Fragile. Tlaib had reached out to me after 16, to talk about the fact that the organization then, the Trump campaign then, the Trump movement then, the rising movement of MAGA, was an anti-fragile organization. This guy was Arthur. He created the concept, the idea. It was a massive bestseller, and people will tell you in business and finance, they studied this. And he says, you guys, compared to Hillary Clinton and the Bush apparatus and everything Trump had taken on in the primaries, you saw this anti-fragility, this resilience that you can't be beaten. And what do I say on the show all the time? We're not going to lose if we don't quit. Also, is it Nick Figueiredo or somebody had a great piece they put up on Twitter, and I think I reposted it, that said if he finally came to the conclusion that the two sides there's no commonality anymore, or not enough commonality to kind of bring the country together. And he said he finally came to the conclusion one side's going to win and one side's going to lose. That's absolutely the case. There's no common ground. Look at the mocking they've done of Charlie's horrific death. Charlie Kirk, as fine as a young man as you could ever have, a young man that, as a young man, as someone in his 20s, with no college education. Remember, no Ivy League education. In fact, what inspired him was getting rejected by West Point. So with no college education, in the modern world where you have to have not just a college education, you have to go to, if you don't go to an Ivy League school or an Ivy equivalent or public Ivy like University of Michigan or Wisconsin or UVA, you can't get ahead in the world. He had put together an organization, and he had done as much in his 20s. You have to really go back. You have to go back to the revolutionary generation. You have to go back to Hamilton and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and all these. You have to go back to what they accomplished to see the impact of somebody in their 20s. And right there with the brilliance just off the top of his head, with the clock ticking down for me. And hey, you don't know, we might never ever see each other again. Right? You don't know, some 70-year-old guy is heading to federal prison. You don't know what's going to happen. And Charlie right there just as a passion. I remember finishing that, and when we tossed, and the Charlie Kirk show took off at noon, that always followed us on Real America's Voice. I remember getting in the vehicle with Bernie Carrick, the late and great Bernie Carrick, who remember used to do every 9/11 show with Bernie and Rudy, and Eric Prince. And, we talked to one, had a couple minutes before we went to a little press conference outside, and then they actually got in a vehicle with me and went up to the actual prison, actually into the prison gates itself, where I was actually taken into prison. And I said, we don't have to worry, we got this. It's not just the next man up of Natalie Winters and Mike Davis and Dave Bratt and Ben Harnwell and all the great people that pitched in, our great production team. He said, Charlie and Jack, they really get it at a very deep level, a very deep and profound level. That individual was assassinated, executed, I might say, in cold blood, in front of the world. Died with his boots on, doing what he loved best, debating, the exchange of ideas and convincing people to see the light. Air Force Two has landed. They're not really showing video of it, but Air Force Two has landed to take Charlie's remains to Phoenix. And Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, is en route out here to where we are, Utah. All next in the War Room.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
About the media that justify the murder of Charlie Kirk.
I think it's terrible. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. It's terrible.
Why haven't they found the shooter yet, Mr. President? Are you concerned that it's been 24 hours?
Well, I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens.
Do you have any indication of the shooter's motivation, sir?
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later. Thank you.
About the Russian attack on Poland. You spoke with Uzbekistan president, and this last Sunday you sent greetings to Kazakhstan. UN General Assembly is upcoming. Are you going to meet with the presidents of Central Asian countries?
President where?
Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
I will be, yeah. They're very good people, and I will be doing that, yes.
So you believe the killer was a trained assassin? Usually your instincts are always on.
I'd rather not say. I think progress is being made. He's an animal, total animal. And hopefully they'll have him and they'll get him. What he did is disgraceful. Charlie Kirk was a great person, a great man, great in every way, especially with youth. And what he did, what this man did, was disgraceful. So hopefully we'll have him and we will deal with him very appropriately.
What's your reaction to Russian drone incursion into Poland?
Could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake, but regardless, I'm not happy about anything having to do with that whole situation. But hopefully it's going to come to an end.
Mr. President, in Brazil, Bolsonaro was just found guilty by the Supreme Court. You've been very clear that you would apply sanctions. Are you thinking further sanctions to Brazil because of this Bolsonaro?
Well, I watched that trial. I know him pretty well. Foreign leader. I thought he was a good president of Brazil. And it's very surprising that that could happen. That's very much like they tried to do with me, but they didn't get away with it at all. But I can only say this. I knew him as president of Brazil. He was a good man. And I don't see that happening.
I'm very sorry for your loss, for everybody's loss. I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all.
Thank you.
How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
You better say it a little bit more. Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. Channel 14
Okay,
is like
go ahead, do it again.
Fox.
Do it again.
How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
Well, hopefully it won't affect it at all. We want the hostages out, and we want them out soon. Hopefully it won't affect it.
Mr. President, my condolences to you, sir. My condolences on the loss of your friend. How are you holding up over the last 3.5 years?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Thank you so much.
Your message.
Okay, that was a gaggle at the White House a little while ago. The president is on Air Force One heading to New York City. He will attend a Yankees game tonight in the owner's box. President Trump, a longtime Yankees fan and very close to George Steinbrenner, the father of the current ownership team. Air Force Two has arrived in Salt Lake City, Utah. We're actually here in Utah, across from the state capitol. Tomorrow we're actually going to try to do the show in a more remote location, maybe even closer to the activity of what happened the other day. All that's in flux. Also in flux is all the arrangements for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's remains are being taken by Air Force Two, I think shortly, and taken to Phoenix. His wife Erica and the team, and Tyler and Andrew and the team that were on the show this morning, and then we're with Jack Posobiec at noon doing the Charlie Kirk show. Kash Patel, it's being reported, the Independent of London has it, that Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, just heard the president there right there saying, I think we made real progress. Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, I think is currently en route to Utah also as the search for the assassin and potentially accomplices. And there's a lot of rumors flying around, a lot going on. Although I just saw something I think looks legit. Steve Crowder and his team this morning did break scoops that they said they had, I think from unnamed, he didn't say ATF, but unnamed federal officials that appeared to coincide with what the Wall Street Journal reported about the bullets, some of the bullets having a transgender ideology written on it, and I think Antifa. And supposedly he's gotten subpoenaed already, he and his team, about where they got that information. Anyway, we'll try to break all that down. Poso is going to join us. He's giving some other interviews right now. I think Poso is also going to be on Laura Ingraham tonight. So Jack Posobiec doing the duty, the media duty. In the tragedy thing about it, the tragedy of 9/11, which we're commemorating, and we're going to try to do more of that in the next couple hours, because we didn't have enough time actually to cover it. Normally we do an entire show on 9/11. Given the horrific tragedy of Charlie Kirk, another tragedy today that, you're just going to have to embrace, because this is a global revolution, and this is a global movement, and President Trump's inspired it. It's all over the planet. In Brazil, I would argue, one of our strongest partners and some of the best people in the world, the Bolsonaro family and their associates around them. Horrible news out of Brazil, of which we warned you it was coming. Bolsonaro, with that kangaroo court, was found guilty today. So let's go ahead. We got a clip, and then we've got Paulo Figueiredo is going to join us.
News out of Brazil. The country's Supreme Court has just voted to convict former President Jair Bolsonaro of planning to overturn the country's 2022 election. CNN's Julia Vargas Jones is live in Los Angeles with some more on this. Julia, what can you tell us?
Brianna, just moments ago, we heard that decision, the charges that he was found guilty of a coup d'etat, taking part in an armed criminal organization, attempting to abolish Brazil's democratic order by force, damaging protected property. That was all during Brazil's very own January 6th, and all of the moments and the planning that led up to that moment on January 8, 2023. Prosecutors accusing Bolsonaro not just of organizing, being the head of a criminal organization, but also planning to assassinate the now sitting president, then president-elect of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, his vice president, as well as one of the Supreme Court justices, the very justice that this week led the trial against him and 7 other of his close allies. Brianna, this trial has been the focus of a diplomatic spat between Brazil and the United States. It has cost Brazil 50% tariffs on all goods imported to the United States. The big question, what we're looking at now, is what other retaliation could come from the United States in coming days, as this verdict has now been not quite reached, but as the Supreme Court has come to a majority to condemn former President Jair Bolsonaro. He could face 40 years in prison. Now, it could take still some weeks until he is taken. He is already under house arrest and barred from running for office until 2030 on separate matters. That has to do with questioning the validity of the elections prior to the 2022 election. All of this coming to a head today, Brianna, as we heard from a justice as she cast the final vote. I just want to tell you, from Justice Carmen Lucia, she said, Brazil is only worth it because we can protect democracy. And that's what the justices said they were doing today. It is quite a controversial trial, I have to say. President Jair Bolsonaro still has a lot of support from a big portion of the population in Brazil. And this has caused so much division. We'll see what comes in the days ahead.
Bolsonaro was just found guilty by the Supreme Court. You've been very clear that you would apply sanctions. Are you thinking further sanctions to Brazil because of this Bolsonaro?
Well, I watched that trial. I know him pretty well. Foreign leader. I thought he was a good president of Brazil. And it's very surprising that could happen. That's very much like they tried to do with me, but they didn't get away with it at all. But I can only say this. I knew him as president of Brazil. He was a good man. And I don't see that happening.
What has happened in Brazil is exactly what they try to do here in the United States. They had, 91 indictments on President Trump. It was going to be 390 years in prison. They wanted President Trump to die in prison. If you listen to them now. They are upset that they didn't move that forward and close the deal. This is why Charlie Kirk's so important. This is why we're anti-fragile. Having been the election stolen and President Trump driven from Washington, D.C., in those years in the wilderness, when they came after President Trump, they came after everybody, de-bank, de-platform, all of it, from the tech companies, from the financial companies. They tried to destroy this movement and everybody around Trump. And now today in Brazil, they've come to a decision, and they're going to put the verdict on him, or a sentence on him, to have Bolsonaro go to prison and to die in prison. This is how vicious they are. Did I mention that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, executed in cold blood in broad daylight? Short commercial break. Brazil and Bosovic next in the War Room.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Figueiredo joins us now, one of our great associates down in Brazil, a very close advisor to the Bolsonaro family. I might add the 50% tariffs the reporter talked about. I keep saying 30% of that, I think, is 30 to 40% is about President Bolsonaro. 10%, I think, is a wake-up call for Lula about the BRICS and the de-dollarization program. This is why I go to birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Get up to speed on all of it. everything that's important regarding the U.S. dollar as a prime reserve currency and why the BRICS nations are the enemy of the world financial system predicated on the dollar. Paulo, first off, Paulo, this has been tough sledding for you because you were quite close to Charlie. Talk to us about your relationship with Charlie Kirk and Charlie's concern and interest in Brazil.
Well, years ago, when Brazil was still off the radar of international press and Moraes' dictatorship seemed too distant a problem, Charlie, it was pretty much just Charlie and you already standing up in our defense. Charlie was one of the first to open space on his Charlie Kirk show to denounce what was going on in Brazil. So he cared about the country. And I can say without a hesitation that without Charlie, Brazil would never have reached the point of securing sanctions against Alexandre Moraes and other judges. So everyone in Brazil is very grateful for him. He also, in 2023, when President Bolsonaro was in the United States for a couple of months, Charlie made a point of showing that his solidarity was not mere rhetoric. He organized a major event for him in the Trump Hotel here in Miami. I was there with him. We had dinner together. It was great. So Charlie was not only an American patriot, though he was obviously one with unmatched intensity, but he was one of the fiercest defenders of the American First Creed, which is true. But he was also, he saw that we had to defend the whole hemisphere and the Western civilization. So also because he was a devoted Christian, a man of faith, with firm principles, moral courage. So he loved freedom, not merely as a political banner, but as an expression of the dignity God grants to have every human being. So he was very concerned about the situation of Brazil, and he was one of the first to ask for tariffs and sanctions on Brazil and on Moraes for the Trump administration. So we'll be forever grateful for him.
He was working behind the scenes with you guys and Eduardo, and the great Vince Haley and Darren Beatty, Vince at the White House and Darren over at the State Department to do this. Also, Charlie and I talked, I think Jack too, about knowing this, the irony that he was assassinated yesterday, because we talked about this very day about Bolsonaro, about how it's a foregone conclusion, and what the streaming media and what the podcast media here in the United States, because the mainstream media will never talk about this, what we could do to then assist to make sure that the sentence didn't come down, so that was President Bolsonaro sent to a prison of which will clearly be assassinated, like Charlie, or die in prison. So tell me about that. Tell me about this. This is a black mark day against Brazil, which is one of the great countries in the world. How this all came about, and then about coup d'etat and everything. You challenged a stolen election, right? Like President Trump did. You challenged a stolen election, and yet they find President Bolsonaro guilty of a coup d'etat, sir.
Well, they did to President Bolsonaro what they wanted to do with President Trump. So the case against Bolsonaro is almost a copy and paste of the lawfare used against Trump. January 6th was framed as an insurrection in the United States. Brazil had also a revolt on January 8th, 2 years later, and it was, instead of insurrection, they called an attempted coup, and that's why they're convicting Bolsonaro. And in Bolsonaro case, the charges are even weaker because he had already left office 10 days earlier and publicly condemned the protests as they happened. And he was actually here in Florida in vacation. So there's absolutely no evidence connecting him to the events of January 8th or to that crazy idea that was listening on your show, the clip on CNN. And the only time I watch CNN, it's on your show. They actually probably had more viewers now on your show than they had on their actual show. But that's absolutely a lie. He has no connection with any assassination attempt. This is absolutely preposterous and ridiculous. And he's being judged by a panel of just 5 justices. The rapporteur is Alexandre Moraes, the guy that looks like a James Bond villain that we all know, sanctioned under the Global Magnitsky Act by Donald Trump. is a declared enemy of Bolsonaro. That's the rapporteur of the case. Then you have Justice Zanin, which is Lula's, believe it or not, that's true. You cannot make this up. Is Lula's personal lawyer that was appointed to the Supreme Court. And then you have another Justice, Dino, on the panel of 5 justices. Justice Dino was Lula's Minister of Justice, and he actually has a criminal case of slandering against President Bolsonaro, and nevertheless, he's voting to convict Bolsonaro. So with 3 openly conflicted judges, out of the 4 votes that he got for conviction, 1 voted not guilty, but 4 that voted for his conviction, 3 are openly conflicted judges. So it's impossible. There's no actual. It's a kangaroo court, like you said. There's no appeal.
Jack,
there's no one. There's no appeal.
Paulo,
there's no one to appeal. This is the Supreme Court.
No.
Yes.
No. This is. We'll go to a sentence next week. Hang on a second, Jack. I want to bring you in here. Given the irony that Charlie is assassinated the day before this comes out, given the work, and people should understand the work behind the scenes Charlie Kirk did, which he did on so many projects. The work behind the scenes here on the Brazil and Bolsonaro situation was Herculean, and so many of the things that have happened in a positive nature to assist Brazil has come through the work of Charlie. But you guys have focused on this for a long time. What would be Charlie's assessment, do you believe, of this very dark day for not just Brazil but the Bolsonaro family?
Well, Steve, just hearing the news, of course, seeing the court verdict, the ruling that's come out, but knowing Charlie the way I do, this is what Charlie would be doing. Charlie would be picking up the phone right now and would be calling every single person he knew at the State Department. He'd be calling Darren, he'd be calling Marco, he'd be calling them all, and he'd be saying, we need to do something about this. We need to do something about this right now because it isn't right. We need to put pressure, we need to tie it to tariffs, we need to do whatever we can to figure it out to make sure that this doesn't happen, because that's who he was. He'd be calling senators, he'd be texting. People don't understand how much Charlie did, as you say, Steve, behind the scenes. People don't understand the grand chessboard that Charlie was involved in on a regular basis, because all they see of Charlie is the on camera and the TikTok, where, of course, he's an absolute master when he's on campus, but they don't see the behind the scenes that when Charlie sees something wrong, he immediately activates. That's just what he does.
Jack, the sentence, I mean, Paulo's right. This is exactly what they try to do for Trump. This is a death. Do you agree with me? This is a death sentence for President Bolsonaro?
Well, they already tried to kill Bolsonaro once. We're now living through an era of political assassinations. And so there's no question in my mind that they now want to get rid of political opponents, not by debate, not by conversation, but through the ultimate form of censorship.
Paulo, tell our audience, what can we expect? The sentence comes down when? What do you believe that the U.S. government needs to do to? You saw President Trump. He says, hey, I don't think this is going to happen. What do you think the White House and Trump administration need to do to at least either buy time or to shut this down? Like you said, there's no appeal. This is the Supreme Court of Brazil.
The only way out is that the Brazilian Congress is set to discuss an amnesty bill, which would be like a congressional pardon bill that would pardon not only President Bolsonaro, but everyone that has been politically persecuted since 2019. That's in discussion right now in the Brazilian House, and then we'll go to the Senate. That would release President Bolsonaro and restore his political rights. And that's the only path of him not dying, as you correctly said.
But isn't that? But hang on. But wouldn't you have to? But wouldn't you have to make a deal to basically get? I think the governor of Sao Paulo, which is kind of a DeSantis figure to Bolsonaro's Trump, you'd have to make a deal to support him for the presidency. That President Bolsonaro or Eduardo would not run for the presidency.
No, we don't think that's going to happen. We think you're right about discussions happening about this. but there's no deal. We are very confident that we can pass the bill in the House and the Senate if we get the support that we have been getting from the Trump administration, putting sanctions on not only Moraes, but also his family, who runs all his financial assets, and also on the other justices that convicted Bolsonaro today. They're in conflict with the Global Magnitsky Act because they're in material support of a sanctioned individual. So they have more than enough basis to sanction them. Sometimes, obviously, although Secretary Bassin has been great with this, but the Treasury Department doesn't work fast enough for the speed we need things happening in Brazil. But that's the way to go. The United States, in the Venezuela case or in even the Panama case, they sanctioned hundreds of individuals, and Brazil so far only had Moraes sanction. So the way to go, if you ask me, is not more tariffs. Tariffs did what they were supposed to do in Brazil, but they need more sanctions on other individuals, and they need to make sure the sanctions are enforced, because right now we have a big problem in Brazil that they sanction Moraes, but the U.S. companies, the U.S. persons are not enforcing the sanctions. So we have Moraes having his bank accounts is still working, having U.S. Companies still doing business with him. He still has his iPhone. He still has his Google account, his Gmail, his WhatsApp, which is Meta. He still has his iCloud account. All this need to be shut down by the Global Magnitsky Act. And if the United States does not enforce sanctions against the violators, the sanctions lose their strength. So I think it's a concern not only regarding Brazil, but a global concern. So that's what we have been asking the Trump administration to do. Although I have to say we're very thankful. They have been doing more than we could ever imagine, thanks to these people that you mentioned and some other nice folks in the administration. And obviously President Trump.
We have to sanction the judge's wife. Got to sanction the wife. He's got all the money and everything. Hey, sanction the wife and enforcing the wife. You're going to see an attitude adjustment. Paulo, where do people, they want to keep up with this? Where do they go for your social media, sir?
They can go to @RioP Figueiredo. It's my last name. They can find me pretty much everywhere. There you go.
Paulo, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to keeping up on top of the story. Very dark day in Brazil. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for having me.
The great irony is that Charlie Kirk is much work. Charlie put so much work behind the scenes on this. Very close to the Bolsonaro family. Jack Posovic's with me. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to thank our sponsors, My Patriot Supply, Birch Gold, for hanging with the last couple of days when we haven't been able to go too many commercial breaks or too many sponsorship reads. Really want to thank them. All of our sponsors. Just been terrific. Kash Patel is en route to Utah. The hunt for the assassin continues. Jack Posobiec on the other side.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it.
No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back. Jack Posobiec is with us. So, Jack, Steve Crowder puts out some information this morning, says he got it from law enforcement officials, as people that are in the media get scoops. People do it all the time. The Wall Street Journal backs that up a couple hours later, saying they talked to senior people with direct knowledge. Now, this is a Wall Street Journal that goes through like 20 editors, direct knowledge of this matter, and kind of confirm what Steve Crowder and his team put out, which is that the bullets they found with the assassin's gun had radical tranny ideology on it, transgender ideology. Also had Antifa, your favorites, the guys you've combated now for almost a decade. And now it looks like, I just saw something, it looks like Crowder's team and Crowder are going to get subpoenaed by the ATF to turn over documents. Kash Patel's heading out here. They canceled the briefing, the local police briefing. What is going on in this search for the assassin, sir?
Well, Steve, that's exactly it. They canceled the briefing earlier from the Utah Department of Public Safety. It looks like that may be in conjunction with Kash and Dan Bongino's trip now out to Utah, where you're at right there. Again, there's been a lot of information coming in fast and furious online. People are furiously digging. People are looking through socialist groups that are known to operate in this area, in the Salt Lake City area. Reports of groups that have been that were known to be active back in 2020. In fact, when this first happened, one of the very first things I thought of was that I remembered that Provo specifically had seen an interesting share of gun violence during the 2020 riots, and the reporting that I had done on Antifa groups, and particularly armed groups that were in the vicinity. And of course, no fan of Charlie Kirk. And so, one place where a lot of people are starting to make their investigation, again, that's just social media. We have no idea if that is a direct tie. However, now that we hear this information from Crowder, now that we hear this information from the Wall Street Journal, it does seem like a place that would be a very good start to start looking.
They've also got photographs of different people, a person of interest, right? And maybe we can get that up. You got a person of interest that looks like one of these Antifa types, correct? They've got some other photos out there. There's some confusion about the gun. In fact, they're saying there's no looks like rifle in the picture. This is a bolt-action, high-powered rifle they're talking about. They say they've actually have the weapon. They have handprints. There's footprints. It was dropped off in some wooded area, but he went to it looks like the guy, that person of interest, went to a residential area for his escape, They still haven't told us about whether the limited access to the roof. You got some video of this figure in black running around. I mean, do you directionally? Cash would not be coming out here unless they thought they had something. And Cash, I think, feels he needs to lay hands on this investigation, given the high profile of it. People are on edge. Charlie being a legend, plus the fact that they already put out a couple of tweets yesterday or yesterday where they said they actually had somebody in custody. Your thoughts of the direction of this thing and why is Cash coming out here?
Well, Steve, I mean, the obvious, Charlie's family and MAGA is a family. And so this one hits close to home because this is someone who's a big part of our family. But beyond that, I would even say that to anyone who thinks that he's making it, more priority than it should, this is an incredibly line-shifting, line-crossing moment for the United States of America. It feels like a line was crossed yesterday. And are we going to be the country that continues to work out our differences through discussion, through talk, through debate? That's all Charlie ever wanted to do. Or have we now moved to the era of Luigi Mangione, MAGA or Mangione? And Steve, you and I have been warning for that for years. And so one of the biggest things that can be done here, swift justice, swift retribution, so that no one gets to ever become another Mangione.
We've warned about this, but the left is continuing. You look at some of the things, the hateful things that are said online, and a lot of this is just not trolls. What is shocking to me is the amount of people in positions of responsibility, particularly at universities, university faculty, or people on school boards in school districts. You know, the educated, progressive left elite, the hateful things they're saying about Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk's assassination is, to me, pretty blood-curdling, sir.
Steve, they're everywhere. You're seeing them in the U.S. government. You're seeing in these low-level employees. They have infested our institutions, and they've done so for years. We've been talking about here in this program. I wrote an entire book about it last year, and people got mad at me for the title. Well, there they are. What other word could you possibly use to describe the action, celebrating the actions of what happened to Charlie yesterday? What other word could you possibly use? So I wrote unhumans, because this is an unhuman reaction to what happened to Charlie. And people can go see those videos. And by the way, his son and his daughter are going to see those videos one day. They will, okay? And so that's going to be in their mental library of videos about their father. And that's the only way that they're going to have permanent memories of their father, through videos, including that one. And you celebrate this? You think this is something that you want to increase? Unhuman.
Jack, can you hang on a second? A couple of other things we got to clean up and discuss. Some comments have been made that we need to make sure we set things right. Bobby Kennedy will tell you, if you read the books Bobby Kennedy's written, if you listen to his interviews, you know, Bobby, now Secretary of Health and Human Services and a great guy, doing a great job. He will tell you his days, particularly at Harvard and prep school and then after, he was not on the straight and narrow. And one of the significant reasons on the straight and narrow, his father assassinated, right? Gunned down in cold blood. The impact that has on a family, and particularly sons. So Jack Posobiec being very prescient right there about Charlie's, I believe his little boy's only 1 year old, just over one. Okay, The Right Stuff takes us out. We're going to take a short commercial break. 2 minutes. We'll be back. Jack Posobiec in the War Room.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Just the News, No Noise. It's another solemn night for all of us here at Real America's Voice as we mourn the passing of our great colleague, Charlie Kirk. I'm John Solomon, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital. At this hour, we are awaiting more information from the FBI in the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's assassin. I can tell you that Kash Patel has personally left New York and is on his way. He'll be in Utah. I would expect an announcement there soon. Meanwhile, the Bureau has made significant progress in their search and that there's been rapid updates in the case throughout the day. President Trump said that the same before departing to New York tonight, where he'll be commemorating 9/11 by attending in New York. Of investigations that most agents aren't allowed to access, even when they're working on the case. They basically keep the materials off the books, which makes it hard for Congress to do its oversight authority. Now, we know all of this because officials familiar with the matter told Just the News that some FBI employees memorialized concerns involved in this shooting, a clue towards a potential motive. Some of it's been described as anti-fascist, some more transgenderism. I'm not so sure about that second one, but that's what's out there right now. Now, officials also told us at Just the News that they're examining the conduct of one or more people in the crowd at the Utah event to figure out if there were any accomplices, including specific questions that were asked just before Charlie was shot. Those are some of the things that are ongoing. In other words, they know a lot, but they do not have a clear identity for the suspect. How do we know that? Because the FBI issued a reward of $100,000 for information leading to Charlie Kirk's assassin. Normally, when the FBI puts out a photo, it means that the photos that they do have don't match any databases. No driver's license, no passports, no yearbook photos, no school IDs. And so that means they're at a little bit of a crossroads trying to find the shooter. At least they have the photo. They have a lot of forensic evidence. But right now, we're waiting for updates. With that, let me turn to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head, who has many other headlines on this tragic day, both historically and right now in this moment.
Yeah. John, we're going to talk about some of this a little bit later on in the show, but I don't want to wait that long to show you some of it because it's pretty ridiculous, but the media absolutely embarrassed themselves in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's tragic assassination yesterday. We showed you some of what Matt Dowd said yesterday, who was fired by MSNBC afterwards, but it wasn't just blowhard leftist media types, it was also politicians. Here's Democrat Congressman Seth Moulton, for example. Here is what he found was appropriate to say after the assassination.
So let's be serious about where this violence is coming from. Of extremist violent attacks in America, extremist violent murders, 76% are from right-wing extremists, 4% are from left-wing extremists. I condemn that 4%, but we also need to be honest about, as a nation, about where this violence is coming from.
So it is the right's fault for the surge in political violence, but that really isn't an observation that I've been able to make in the stats that he cited, that the right is most responsible for political violence. I think he's going to have a hard time citing that. It's quite nuanced.
I think our colleague Jerry Dunley's going to have a really good story on this tomorrow.
You're right.
There might be a little revisionist history tomorrow for some of those journals. We'll see.
Indeed. And he wasn't the only one. Here was Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker reacting to Charlie Kirk's assassination as well.
It's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
Oh, boy, we are still going with Jan 6. Boy. And what may be even worse than both of those, here is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar talking about Charlie. Take a listen to what she was focused on after his death.
There are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, than to completely pretend that, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so.
No, I think that I can find something more effed up than Charlie Kirk's words and actions. The fact that they assassinated him, I think that that's pretty effed up for encouraging peaceful debate on college campuses. And I would challenge the Congresswoman to find a debate where Charlie actually shot someone down with words or otherwise, or belittled them or made them feel like they were less than. He challenged with ideas and his intellect, and I don't think she's going to find a video to challenge that. But John, I don't see this rhetoric winning the hearts and minds of the American people. I've already seen posts from folks who say, that's it, I'm no longer moderate.
If your party's best representative to talk about Charlie Kirk is Ilhan Omar, you are short on your bench of people to bring out onto the news media. But that's all I'll say to that. All right. We're not short on the bench. We have some incredible guests for you tonight, and we are going to kick off our show with someone that is always eloquent. And by the way, has had the passion of young students at his career for much of it. He's a former coach, current Alabama Senator. He's our good friend, Tommy Tuberville. We talked to him a little while ago. We want you to watch this. All right, folks, joining us now, a man who helped educate and coach generations of young Americans. Now he's an U.S. Senator from Alabama and soon to be the next governor of Alabama. I suspect he's the leading candidate. Our good friend, Coach Tommy Tuberville. Coach, good to have you back on, sir.
Thank you, John. Thanks, both of you. Thanks for having me on. Difficult time, but, we keep moving on, and that's exactly what Charlie would have wanted.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He wouldn't wanted us to have rested for a moment.
No.
Sir, you've been on these college campuses for a long time. You mentored so many thousands and thousands of football players and students. When something happens like this on a college campus, how do you get students back? And also, how do you make it a learning moment to crush that hatred that clearly was behind this attack?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these universities are going to pull the plug on anybody going on campus in any situation or venue like Charlie had been going on. And he brought out both sides. He brought out because he wanted to debate not just the believers, but the people that were on, you call it the other side, believed in something different. But you'll find out now college campuses will find ways to not do things like this. Obviously, they won't be in any stadiums, outside venues. It's going to be tougher and tougher for us to get our voice out. But when a tragedy like this happens, the worst comes out of people. And again, I'm not saying everybody on these college campuses are bad. I'm just saying they look for the worst circumstances in which to say, okay, we don't want to be liable for this. We're going to pull the plug. And who do we need to reach the most? It's the kids on these college campuses, because they're being brainwashed. They're being taught different things. And Charlie was just another voice. He was another voice out there that he wasn't trying to berate anybody or downgrade anybody. You're just telling his side of the truth and trying to reach people that believed in something else.
Yeah, no doubt.
Senator, you followed in the footsteps at Auburn of people like Shug Jordan and Pat Dye, people who deeply believed that at college, that's when students are impressionable, and that's when you can build not only great players but great men. And I'm seeing a lot of professional athletes out there tweeting positive things about Charlie Kirk, positive things about the civil discourse that he encouraged. That was kind of the genius of Turning Point, and the genius of folks like you who served on college campuses to impression young men and women.
Yeah, Charlie and I spoke about this about, I guess, a little over a week ago on one of his shows about reaching out to young college people about education and about other things. Well, you have to remember now, college campuses, it's the first time most of these kids are away from home for the first time. They're listening to other people other than people that either they've grown up with in their neighborhoods or their families. Now they're getting a real bite of the apple when it comes to the real world, when you get out there with people with different opinions. And we needed somebody like Charlie, in which he took the bull by the horns and went out and said, listen, there's more one way to skin a cat. And but he wasn't afraid to do it. And he had the gift, God gave him the gift to talk, to debate, to reason. And again, he didn't get across to everybody, but he tried. And that was, we needed that on campuses. That wasn't a college graduate. He wasn't a professor. He was just a common Christian American. And he really resonated to a lot of these kids across the country.
Yeah. We don't have all the facts in yet, but we do have some new evidence today suggesting a far liberal ideology was inscribed on the weaponry used to kill Charlie. There is a growing segment of the far left that has a level of intolerance that we might not have seen in generations past, that killing is just another objective to silencing your enemies. How do we counter that? How do we have a national conversation on either side to make sure that this isn't the way we settle our political disputes going forward?
Well, it's going to be hard. The rhetoric is really high, and you know well as I do, being in D.C., John, this place up here, the rhetoric is real high. Yeah. But you got to remember, history books are filled with cowards that couldn't win reason by any other way than violence. Okay, that's the way I look at it. There's a lot of cowards out there, and if they can't win, they result to something else. And we've seen a lot of our politicians, our leaders across the country and even around the world that have lost their lives because people just can't stand not being able to win at reasoning, at talking, debating. And so they take drastic measures. And it's just unfortunate something like this has happened to a young man that's 31 years old that has a very, very young family. It's a tragedy at its worst. And again, we'll talk about this for weeks and weeks and weeks to come. But at the end of the day, what would Charlie want? Somebody's got to take the bull by the horn and continue this dialogue, because we cannot be shut out from college campuses. If that happens, we lose. And we can't lose these young 18 to 23-year-olds to an ideology that does not fit Christianity, our Constitution, and the American dream.
Yeah.
Senator, there seems to be, to me at least, a perceptible shift in culture and the reaction to this, because you've got this dean of students at Middle Tennessee State University, MTSU, who was swiftly fired from their position because of comments. People who are out there, just absolutely gleeful and ghoulishly joyful over the death. And people, frankly, are getting fired left and right. And it seems like most Americans, including employers, are getting to the place where they're saying enough is enough. We're not going to tolerate this hate. Are you feeling that as well? And why is that?
Well, I'm seeing it. We don't hear a lot about that up here. Now, we see a lot of these young people up here that are in the media, and they have their own podcast, and they work for all these networks. What I would like to see is for the right, the people that really believe in this country, the Constitution, just absolutely take their toys and go home and say, no more of these mainstream media interviews, no more of these podcasts to try to teach people and try to talk people into something. It's not going to work. We've seen that. And, when it comes to the truth, we all need to be preaching the truth on the channels like yours, like the podcast, like the news stations, the media, the cable news that actually believe in America, or really give a view on both sides. But cranking and being able to uplift these ratings from our standpoint to these mainstream media agencies that care nothing about America, that care nothing about the future of this country, I'm done with it. And I don't do any anyway, but I would love for my colleagues to do the same thing.
Sir, before we let you go, you are a gentleman just like Charlie Kirk was a gentleman, but there's a member you serve in the Senate. He fell just a few 100,000 votes short of being our vice president in 2016. Senator Tim Kaine, who declared that the founding principle, the founding tenet of the Declaration of Independence, that we're endowed with inalienable rights of liberty from our Creator, is not right, that it really comes from our laws and government. That sentiment, I want to get your take on it, because you are a very learned man.
Well, it just goes to show you where we are with the fight with God in our country. I was the first coach in 1995 at Ole Miss that hired a full-time team chaplain. I actually paid for it either out of my pocket and from donations. And from that point, we were able to train chaplains to go all over and be with young men and women across our campuses in all sports. And that grew. Now, obviously, on the left, with senators like this that have for some reason forgotten why and how our country was built on Christian values, they forget those things. They take another avenue. And I think that avenue is because the far left has been preaching this rhetoric of destruction of the Constitution, of destruction of our country, our way of life, of free speech. I mean, it's just, it's about power and it's about control. And just unfortunately, we've had senators like Tim Kaine and other senators that have stepped up and even beefed up the rhetoric. I saw some yesterday after the shooting, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know where that comes from. But again, at the end of the day, reason has to take over somewhere. And if it doesn't, then we're going to continue to have these things happen.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You are a leader of many firsts, whether it's hiring the first chaplain for a football team, or I suspect becoming the first Auburn football coach to become Alabama's governor. It's a great honor to have you on the show, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
You as well, sir. Thank you so much. All right, folks, a lot more on this somber day after Charlie's assassination. We'll have a lot more coverage for you right after these messages.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. Today is the 24th anniversary of 9/11. I cannot believe it. A day that changed, of course, the course of American history and world history. So we are also coming off of another day that has seemingly changed the course of our nation's history, the assassination of our dear friend, Charlie Kirk. So joining us now to discuss both of these events is United States Air Force veteran. He's also the host of the Rob Maynis Show and the founder and chairman of Gator Pack, Colonel Rob Maynis, who was at the Pentagon during the September 11th, 2001 terror attacks. Colonel Maynis, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me on. It's good to see you, John and Amanda.
Good to be with you.
Sir, I remember in the aftermath of 9/11, we came together as a country, ephemeral as it was, I suppose, when you look at the grand scheme of things. But I don't know if that would happen today. Do you?
You know, that's a good question. I don't really know, to be honest with you, considering the last day's events and everything that's going on. It's very tough to unify the United States of America right now, Amanda. You know, on 9/11 itself, I watched an Arab immigrant stop his car and walk over to greeting people trying to save lives just north of the Pentagon on the lawn there. And start helping and pitching in. And he didn't have to do that. But you know what? He believes in America. I don't know that that would necessarily happen today based on the reactions that you're seeing in the media, the social media, to our good friend and great American Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Colonel, we seem to sometimes find it hard to find our heroes today, people we can celebrate. Now, Charlie clearly was one of them. But on that day in 9/11, I know you saw so many. I lived across the street from a guy named Major Vic Badami, and he ran into the burning Pentagon more than 4 dozen times to rescue injured colleagues, putting himself at great risk. President Bush eventually would honor him with an award. But you saw a lot of heroes those days, yourself included. Remind us what happened that day, because sometimes we forget how good America can still be.
Yeah, you know what? Our armed forces were on a footing of our global nuclear command and control exercise. I worked in the Nuclear Operations Division on the Joint Staff for the Chairman and the Secretary of Defense and the President. And our aircraft, our personnel in our division were spread out all around the world at all of these command and control nodes. So that's what was happening in the Pentagon from my perspective at the time. And then the attacks began, and all of us in the National Military Command Centers just started pitching in and trying to get information so the decision makers, the senior personnel could start making decisions, especially when we realized that it was an attack on America. But, you know, the amazing thing, the folks that are in uniform in that building are amazing men and women. They have signed up to give a blank check up to include their life for the Constitution of the United States. And their work really is amazing. But the awesome thing that I saw that day was when I left the building and was told to evacuate, I didn't leave. I went outside and started helping folks like the gentleman you just talked about. Those kind of people were bringing people out of the building that had been on fire, gravely injured. I met a man named Army Lieutenant Colonel Brian Birdwell, who's now a state senator in Texas. That was one of the 8 people or so that helped save his life. He was right where the aircraft hit. He was the executive officer to the Army general and his staff that was killed right there. He just happened to go to the restroom at the time the aircraft came in. So a concrete wall was between him and the aircraft, but he was badly burned, legs broken. I spoke to him for a little while until we got a good IV and some medical care to him and got him transported. But then the call came for people to go back inside to the courtyard to help fight the fire and see if we could save more lives, because all of these injured were coming from the outside of the building, people going in from the outside ring. So a couple of hundred of us volunteered to go back in, and we went through a corridor to get into the courtyard. And I ended up working with them right at the point where the cockpit of the airplane broke through the wall in the C ring, in the B ring, C ring alleyway for most of the rest of the day. Unfortunately, we didn't find any more live victims, but we did a lot of work to save the building, keep it from burning down, identify classified information. That aircraft hit the brand new Navy command center that was in that section of the building, so classified material was everywhere. And identifying the aircraft itself, I was a trained aircraft safety investigator at the time, and so a lot of us were doing that kind of work too, and we just worked to try to get the job done that day. And it was amazing because I saw from the lowest ranking enlisted person to generals all pitching in, getting on stretchers, trying to fight fires, identifying material, and none of them ever said, "Hey, we need to leave." They all said, "We're going in, we're going forward, and we're going to get this done," because the very next day, most of us were back at work in the National Military Command Center trying to identify who the people were that attacked us and help develop the plan of what the response was going to be. And I was very fortunate to get to be a small part of that. Amazing people.
Colonel,
you're one of them, by the way. I just want to say that what you did that day, I know you don't view yourself as a hero, but we view you as a hero.
Yes, we do. Colonel, when President Trump took office the first time, we were already at war in the Middle East as a result of 9/11 for 15 years. He comes into office and almost eliminates the Islamic Caliphate. Then 4 years later, Joe Biden comes to town and he kind of gives new life to the Taliban. What does it take under President Trump 2.0 to finish the job?
Well, unfortunately, one of the worst things that Biden did was he allowed all these Islamists to come inside the United States unvetted. And I'm going to link that to what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday, because I believe, I know that Charlie, as a Christian, was leading with his faith. That's what was great about him, is that I admired him and I looked up to him as somebody. I may be older, but I felt like I was a younger Christian than he was, because he was so good at leading with his Christian faith, and not with a chip on his shoulder, but to try to help people understand America and the ideals that underpinned America, and to persuade people, which he was successful at doing many, many times, persuading people that oppose those ideas to come to his side and our side and everything. And he had actually said something to the effect that Islam is the sword at the throat of America, and it will kill us if we're not careful. And that is actually happening in this country. The foothold is here. The Democrat nominee for New York City's mayor's race is what's called a red-green axis, the Marxist Islamist nexus of an ideology that comes together right there. He is both of those, and that should be getting everybody's attention. So President Trump's challenge is very great when we're facing the war in Ukraine that he's trying to end. He's trying to help Israel seek an end to this war against Hamas, which Hamas just needs to surrender at this point, because Israel's got to fight for its own life and the existence of his own people, in my opinion. The president's trying to help support, but really that's on Israel to get done, and they're getting there. But the challenge for us is we see all of these, and then that big adversary, the Chinese Communist Party, which is the red part of that red-green axis, and it's having its influence inside the United States. And I'm very concerned that we are going to see not a 9/11 type event, but an event that's 10 times bigger than 9/11. A lot of intelligence personnel, both inside and on the outside, are saying that that's probably going to happen, more likely than not. So we've got to be prepared for that. And I believe that Charlie Kirk was speaking out, and he was being effective. He's an American, and he's able to mobilize not just the 18 to 25-year-old young men and women generation, but multiple generations. Look, I've talked to my 16-year-old grandson, my 20-year-old son, and my 30-something-year-old son. All of them are avid followers and believers in Charlie Kirk and the ideas and the way he taught people and everything. So Charlie was effective at leading multiple generations of Americans that believe in the idea of American and our Christian foundation, and they couldn't let that happen. That's why I believe there is a connection there between foreign influence, bad actors and the red green axis that are inside the United States, and there's potentially even Ukrainian influence, because we know Charlie and people like Jack Posobiec are on their hit list.
Yeah. Sir, before we let you go on that point of Charlie, we now know that the FBI has a photo of the man but can't find him anywhere in any databases to match up, which suggests he was off the grid here. Give us your best assessment as an intelligence expert, as a military man, about whether this is a domestic or foreign or maybe a combination of two. What do you think may be behind this assassination plot that we saw unfold yesterday?
Well, it looks very familiar, doesn't it, John? When you look at it in the same context of the golf course assassin against Donald Trump, and then the Butler, Pennsylvania assassin, they look very familiar. They're well-resourced, they're well-trained, they have access to multiple digital communications devices, money and bank accounts, and in this case, it was much better executed, so the training's gotten better. And I believe, just like I believe the first two are operations of more than one person that are resourcing, training, planning, and then helping execute those operations, I believe the same thing is occurring here. The reason why the individual may not be in any facial recognition databases is because he may never have had a driver's license in the United States of America. He may, in fact, be from somewhere else. We just don't know at this time. But the FBI and the National Security Intelligence Agencies have to be looking at all probabilities and all possibilities in order to find out. And we've got to get this man arrested and incarcerated so he can't hurt anybody else.
Absolutely. Colonel, you are a patriot, you are a hero, and we appreciate you being here tonight, sir.
Well, thank you all, and thank you for honoring Charlie Kirk, too. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, everybody. Coming up next, more on the manhunt for the Charlie Kirk shooter. Stay with us.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
All right, we've been weighing in on the news of the day with a senator, a military hero, and now we're going to turn to someone who understands how the courts work and also the military. He's a former federal prosecutor as well as a U.S. Marine. He is John Deaton. He joins us right now. John, great to have you on the show, buddy.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure, my friend.
It's an honor to have you on, and you know how the law enforcement system works when you have such a massive case as this and the stakes are high. 24 hours in, we've got a photo, but not an ID. We've got a gun. We've got some suggestions of motivation that may be ideological. Tell us, with your learned eye and all the years in the criminal justice system, what are you seeing and where do you think this will ultimately end up?
Well, I'd be very surprised, John, that if we don't have a suspect in custody in the next 48 hours. You know, a lot of people are talking about this looking like a professional hit. I mean, 200 yards isn't that far with a high-scoped rifle. Yeah. If you practice, you can make that shot. But what suggests to me that this was a planned assassination is the fact that there was an exit plan clearly instead of, you know, a last-minute emotional decision to take action by a novice. There had to be people who assisted this person before and after the fact. And so I'm sure the FBI is taking down every lead they can. In a situation like this, they're going to get leads that go nowhere. But I'm pretty confident that they're going to get this guy and hopefully everyone connected that helped him.
Yeah, that's so important.
Yeah, John, I assume they are already on the ground, but as of a little while ago, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, and the deputy director, Dan Bongino, were on their way to Utah. Does that augur good for you or bad for you? Because good that all hands are on deck, but bad that maybe they feel like they have to step in.
Yeah, but I also think that the FBI is not going to tell us everything that they know. And in fact, they may even make it seem, do a little misdirection and make it seem like they're far away from the suspect than they really are. And so Kash Patel going to Utah, to me, is a sign that they're on the scent and he wants to be a part of this collar.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they are. That's it, the reporting that we've had today. They've made some good progress. When you look at it, obviously a domestic component happened on our soil, on a college campus. Any concern that there could be a foreign component as well, or foreign radicalization involved in this?
I mean, that's always a threat, especially when, the previous 4 years we had, open borders and about 12 million people, including folks on the terror watch list, got through. So it's always a risk and a possibility. But I have to tell you, this was an attack not just against Charlie, but an attack against our republic. And so I'm very confident that the FBI is going to put everything they have into it, and we're going to get answers. I mean, they have clear video of this individual. They said they're not going to release it yet. So I think they're hopefully closer to an arrest more than people think.
I think that's right.
So if we determine that a foreign government was behind this, you've got a foreign country assassinating a public figure, beloved public figure, on U.S. soil. What does that mean for a response?
It means a very firm, direct, no-nonsense response. If there's credible evidence that a foreign adversary executed an American citizen, a high-profile political citizen on American soil, I'm very confident that President Trump, and I think most Americans would be behind very decisive action.
Yeah, I bet that's right. We've seen it before. We know it will happen if it's required. You had a very eloquent post on X that I think gets us above the 30,000-foot level for a second. We have lost the ability to have a civil debate in America. That's what Charlie was trying to recreate. When someone takes that out, how do we make sure we don't lose the path to that civil debate again?
Well, listen, the father in me, I was at my daughter's softball practice, and I realized that this 31-year-old young man is never going to get to experience that. Those young kids of his are never going to get to experience their father cheering them on in a soccer event or a sports event. And so the man, the Marine, the father in me, of course, you want retaliation. But what I hope happens is people realize that Charlie was doing it the right way. Our our republic was formed in heated debate. You know, Hamilton, Alexander couldn't stand each other, but they used words and persuasion, just as Charlie was doing. He literally was going around the world saying, this is what I believe, why I believe it. Now, why don't you come prove me wrong? Let's engage in that civil debate. So I hope that there isn't a chilling impact. I hope 1,000 Charlie Kirks are born from this incident.
That would be the ultimate outcome. It really would.
I want to shift gears to another sad day today. 24 years since 9/11. Next year is the 25th year, which also happens to coincide with our 250th birthday for our country. What does it look like 24 years later?
You know, I was thinking about this earlier today. In the divided world that we live in, it is so divided. And I sadly question if 9/11 happened today, would it be politicized? Would it be, you know, two tribes yelling at each other that, you know, the other tribe doesn't love America? Or would we come together and unite? You know, I'm eternally an optimist. I have my pessimistic days, but, you know, America came together after 9/11 and it showed us the strength that we have when we unite, and it gives us hope that we can find that common ground again. And hopefully our elected leaders who use words like Nazi, monsters, traitors, threats of democracy, that they'll bring that dehumanizing rhetoric down and get back to our roots of what make us a great nation.
Now, from your brilliant lips to God's ears, we need to achieve that soon, because we got to bring the temperature down. We got to get the we back in America, and I know you've worked your whole life to make that happen. John Deaton, great honor to have you on the show tonight. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
It is my honor. Thank you very much.
All right. What a great conversation. What a great guy. All right. After the commercial break, it's time to evaluate the media. I think you've got a grade you're going to give them, but we're going to make sure you have all the facts. David Bazell from the Media Research Center will be with us to break down some of the most awful takes from the mainstream media after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Get ready, get a squeezy doll. You're going to be angry. You're going to have it next right after these messages.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing?
We won every time I came. Randy, is that right? Every time we came, we'd win a game, and he'd call me. He was, you think that was easy sitting with him for a game? It wasn't. It was brutal. You were exhausted at the end, but he won, and you're going to win. You're going to go all the way, and you'll get in the playoff, and I think you're going to do, I think we'll start off, how about tonight? We'll start from tonight on, and you're going to do well. Randy was telling me the Boston Red Sox came to the Oval Office. They wanted to come, so I said, what am I going to do, say no? So, and they won 15 games in a row.
That was bad news, bad news. We're changing the luck here right now, Mr.
We're going to change it right now. So I just want to wish you guys a lot of luck. You're great players. I know every one of you. Let me shake hands around here. Come on. I shake their hand. I shake their hand. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm here
Started out tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
Good? How are you? Good? Nice to see you. You too. Nice to see you. I wish it was a little bit bigger, you know. A little bit bigger. What I did. So you have that much muscle, you have to hit the ball first. You're a fantastic player. I appreciate that. Unbelievable player. Thank you. I appreciate that. Great to know you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's an honor. Great to meet you. It's my honor.
It's good enough, Case.
Man, nice to see you get out there and win tonight, right? Great honor. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Good job. Real honor. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. As you could tell, that was President Trump in the Yankees locker room. I feel like I had a psychosomatic reaction because I could immediately smell the sweat. But President Trump, it's not often you see someone who is taller than he is because he's about 5'2" or 6'2", 6'3". Aaron Judge was towering over him. That was just that was incredible to see. Aaron Judge, of course, an incredible Yankees player. All right, everybody. So you all have seen a ton of absurd media reactions. We highlighted some of them on the TV show last night. We talked about some of them tonight, including politicians and an organization that does a bang-up job of evaluating and kind of amalgamating all of these reactions is Media Research Center. And tonight we have their president, David Bozell. David, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, John. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. All right. So who gets the award for the grade A dope of the last 24 hours?
Well, certainly Matthew Dowd. Now, I'll give him some credit. He did apologize for when he suggested that hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which often lead to hateful actions. He did apologize, and MSNBC also apologized on his behalf. Turns out it was too late. They fired him about an hour later after issuing those two tweets. But if I had to channel my inner Charlie Kirk, I think we should probably forgive Matthew Dowd for saying such silly, stupid, irreverent things in the moment.
Yeah.
The one that I really can't forgive is Catherine Turf, also from MSNBC, suggesting that President Trump could possibly use this as a political weapon, while Charlie Kirk was fighting for his life. The job of a breaking news anchor is to just sit here and take in your earpiece. I mean, and both of you have done this. When you're in the moment in a breaking news situation, get the information from your producer, and if necessary, kick it back to someone in the field in the know, and that's it. In a breaking news situation, somehow Catherine Turr's instincts suggested that she should opine to her audience. Maybe President Trump might use this to his possible political advantage. I think that's a fireable offense. So I'd give that to the kind of the dope award to Catherine Turr.
All righty.
And then taking the cake this morning, Nate Burleson, he woke up on the wrong side of the bed at CBS, suggesting to the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, that it was time for the Republican Party to reflect on its violent rhetoric, insinuating that somehow the Republican Party got Charlie Kirk shot and killed. So it goes on and on. MSNBC today blamed Trump's immigration enforcement for stretching FBI's resources as if the border caused Charlie's murder. Nicole Wallace basically blamed democracy itself, suggesting that the vote in the 2024 election and President Trump's win made it harder for the government to track domestic threats. I mean, she just twisted herself in knots in this. So it is starting to feel, last night's coverage was pretty good. I'd say 9 out of every 10 things that were opined on the networks and on the cables were really respectful of Charlie and his family, even though they were essentially mortal political enemies, the liberal media and Charlie Kirk. But as you've woken up today, the liberal media has started to get back into some awful bad habits.
You and I have been around a long time, David, and we saw in some of the greatest moments of strife in major news events, some of the greatest journalism exhibited by anchors, whether it was Walter Cronkite or Peter Jennings. But it seems today that the biggest news events brings out some of the worst journalism in America because journalists feel like their opinion's more important than the facts they're supposed to just neutrally arbitrate and deliver. How did journalism lose that mission that their job's just not to put their spin on the facts, but to just give people the facts?
Yeah, let's add 9/11. This is the celebration of 9/11. I'm old enough to remember all of these anchors broadcasting live in the moment while a plane was in the air en route to Washington, D.C.
That's right.
Not knowing where it was going to land.
Yeah. That's right.
And then it crashes into the Pentagon. That took us some stones, particularly for the White House correspondents in the field that day. I think Britt Hume was a White House correspondent in the field that day. Broadcasting live from the grounds, not knowing if a plane was going to land on his head. So how did we go from this? Gosh, look, this has been, the liberal media have been fairly nasty for the past 30 to 40 years, but boy, since Trump came down the escalator, it has been Katie bar the door with these guys. And essentially, look, this is the logical manifestation. Charlie Kirk's death, his assassination, is the sort of the logical manifestation of 8, 9, 10 years of night after night after night going on the airways and calling your political enemies, us, conservatives, Hitler, fascists, and worse. Night after night, show after show, hour after hour. It doesn't matter. Network, cable, it doesn't matter. South Park, same thing.
Yes.
I kind of am curious how the South Park guys feel today after the stunt that they pulled a month ago. I know Charlie took it in jest because he had to. What else was he going to do? But these are the types of things that fuel maniac desires, and these things can be the result. And I tell you guys, taking my Media Research Center hat off for 1 second, I think the only thing that stops them, the only response, the only Christian American response, is to defeat them at the ballot box in totality. Crush them in every election, from the presidency coming up in 2028 to the midterms in 2026, to every down ballot state, gubernatorial, congressional, school board, every single election. If you supported Charlie Kirk and his values, get ready to put in the effort to throttle these guys at the ballot box. I think that's the only proper Christian American response at this point.
But David, how do we break that current between the media, the people who say these types of things, and however many millions of listeners and viewers they have? How do we create a separation between the two so that there's not that exposure to this radical ideology?
Yeah, their television ratings are kind of in the toilet right now. From 2020 to 2024, the election night audience, CNN lost 50% of its election night audience in just 4 years. The numbers, anyone can look at the ratings numbers, they're all kind of in the toilet now. Where they've been able to sort of survive and kind of thrive is that the Googles and the Apples and the Yahoos and the Microsofts, the MSNs of the world, all take ABC, NBC, CBS, New York Times, Washington Post, and aggregate them in their front pages, link after link after link after link. And these are the biggest aggregators, the biggest news communication tools that man has created. And so while their television ratings have really sunk like a stone, they've been able to wedge themselves into these massive tech apparatuses. We've got to get into the Googles and the Apples and divest from them these exclusivity contracts that these guys have with essentially I call them the upper class media, the mainstream legacy media outlets. You might get a Fox, you might get a Real America's Voice wedged into 9 different liberal media links, but until that becomes more of a 50-50 proposition, we're going to be fighting this uphill battle against these guys. The job of the Media Research Center, in addition to reputational destruction, is to ensure that these guys end up screaming into an empty room one of these days. And so right now they're at about 30 to 32% believability. That's still too much. Now that's gone down, since the 70s and 80s. It's gone way down. I mean, there was 1987, they had like a 78% approval rating, according to Gallup. So that's gone super down, and we're very excited about that. But still, 3 out of every 10 people believe everything that NBC, CBS, and ABC say. So we've got to continue to get those numbers down, get the believability rate down, and make sure that the aggregators, these popular aggregators that we all sort of rely on these days via our phones, start giving folks like Real America's Voice and other conservative ecosystems bigger representation.
Yeah, well, you guys are doing an incredible job of helping with that effort. David Bozell, president of Media Research Center, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right, everybody. Same to you, David. All right, everybody, some final thoughts on the other side of this break.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Welcome back, everybody. John, President Trump was asked earlier today if he was worried, if he had a heightened concern for his own safety, and he said he was worried about the country. That's fine, worry about the country, but I'm also very worried about President Trump. And as he is at that Yankees game tonight, I hope that there is a bulletproof glass encasing that they are walking with him as he steps through that stadium.
Yeah, he's going to be in an extra protection set. So. Yeah, so he's behind glass. He's going to be protected. I don't think there's that much concern about him. I've been texting with some of my law enforcement sources during the commercial break. I'm told that there is a very hopeful development. They are very close to making a potential ID on somebody they want to have a conversation with. He does live in the Salt Lake City area. He does have some military training. We'll see if that checks out. They're not 100% certain, but they're starting to get some facial recognition match on someone that seems to fit the profile. So we'll see what that looks like. We'll keep you posted on that throughout the night. But there is some signs of hope that they might be getting close. And our guest, the prosecutor, John Deaton, said he thought they would make some an announcement tonight. I think that may be getting close. So that's good news. We're not there yet, but I'm told we're at the 1 yard line on a possible ID of one person they want to talk to.
Yeah, for many months, over a year, I was traveling with Real America's Voice on the bus tour, and many times in the hotel room, the only show that was playing was The First 48. talking about the first 48 hours. And I learned from that show how important it is to get someone within the first 48 hours. We are now at 24. We're halfway there.
We're halfway there. Yeah. Although there's a lot of progress, a lot of evidence. I mean, you think about all the evidence they have. There's a lot of evidence here. But it does look to be an American person they're looking at, someone who might have some military training is what I'm told. I'm looking as we're here. But they're not 100% there, but they're getting pretty close is what I'm told. So we'll keep you up to date. Check out justthenews.com all night. We have a whole team of reporters on all through the night. Amanda, when you see the president go through the locker room of the most successful baseball team in American history, I think 27 World Series. It's my favorite team. I'll confess that. I bleed Yankee blue. I cry Yankee blue.
Better not tell your Milwaukee Brewer family.
Yeah, no, they're half Yankees, so I've got half of them to my side. But yeah, it's a rare moment, and what a great way to celebrate the 24th anniversary, because it was that Yankees getting back on the field the day after 9/11 that started to restore that normalcy on 9/11, 9/12, 9/13. And I remember that game like it was yesterday, but it was a very special moment for President Trump there today. And it reminds us all that no matter how bad we feel, we pick ourselves, we get off the ground, we get back in the game. That's exactly what Charlie Kirk would have wanted us to do, and we are going to do it.
Yeah, well, and the Yankees last night picked a side. They picked the side of freedom and nonviolence when they showed a picture of Charlie Kirk on the screen.
Yeah, in blue New York.
Yeah, in very blue New York. Maybe a little bit of sanity returning to the Big Apple would be very, very nice to see. All right, everybody, that's all the time we have tonight, but we're going to see you back here tomorrow right here at 6 p.m. Eastern. Grant Stinchfield is going to take you through the next hour.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. We are now learning that Charlie Kirk's body will be transported on Air Force 2 from Utah back to Phoenix, where we believe a service will be held early next week. What a tribute to have Air Force 2. And apparently Vice President J.D. Vance will be traveling with Charlie Kirk to bring his body back home to his family. We're also getting a lot of movement when it comes to the investigation to who carried out this assassination on an American hero. This is the picture of who the FBI says is the suspect. They are offering a $100,000 reward for information into this suspect. CBS News is reporting that the FBI actually has a name to this individual. When you look at the picture here, Certainly his mother would recognize him. Certainly your best friend, a family member, a coworker would recognize him from these photos. It shouldn't take long to track him down. We're also learning that investigators found this bolt action 30-06 hunting rifle with a scope on it. Now, the shot was taken from about 200 yards, and let me be clear on this. It would take someone not highly trained to make this shot. Someone that has been to the range a few times could make this shot from 200 yards. It's not overly special. I believe he was aiming for the head, and I believe the shot dropped, ultimately hitting Charlie Kirk in the neck. Now, we're also getting word from my buddy Steven Crowder, the great conservative influencer podcaster. He got an inside memo from Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms that says the casings that were inside the gun, quote, the spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top of the magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Now, if we go back to the picture, if we can, guys, of this suspect, the picture. If we go back to the picture of the suspect, to me, he doesn't look trans. He actually looks, in my opinion, maybe military of some kind. The way he's carrying himself, the look on his face, it's just intuition that tells me this. I don't know if that's correct or not. Now, if this was a diversion, the transgender writings, certainly if there was a foreign entity involved, a subversive group in America involved, you might write transgender ideology on the shell casings to send law enforcement in the wrong direction. That's a possibility. I'm hopeful we will learn soon as law enforcement says they are on the case and actively, very hot on the case to finding this suspect. You want to see how CNN described the transgender ideology? Look at this. This is from CNN. Quote, sources say phrases related to cultural issues were found scrawled on a rifle and ammunition, but it is not yet clear if they point to a motive. It didn't say cultural issues. This story was flying around the internet. It was clearly transgender ideology. But again, I'm not ruling out the possibility of a diversion there. As we see rapid developments in this case, I can tell you there is surveillance video that has been very helpful to law enforcement here. Surveillance video from the school, the university, and surveillance video from certain homes in the neighborhood. Listen to the commissioner of the Utah State Police.
Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
That most definitely is where they got these images of him from, which are very, very helpful. Now, one of the reasons why I believe this guy knew what he was doing, some people have said he made a lot of mistakes. He dumped the gun in the wooded area behind the university, then disappeared into the neighborhood. I think he was pretty skilled at getting away here because he went poof. One of the reasons why this may have been easy for him to go poof is because of this, says FBI agent James Gagliano.
Is if you come off that roof, and I've seen the drone footage of this, there's an open-air parking lot behind that building. It's spitting distance from I-15. I-15 is a major artery, a major thoroughfare there. So this is a big concern because this person, within 3 to 5 minutes of that shot going off, could have been in a vehicle on his way out and miles away. Provo Airport's only about 45 minutes from there.
A lot of talk that he may have escaped in an airplane, whether it's public or private, still yet to be determined. We're going to talk about this in a little bit. I just want to show you right now, happening on your screen, President Trump is at Yankee Stadium. He is there in honor of the 9/11 victims and their families. You know, the New York Yankees. I was in New York on 9/11, played such a huge role in healing this country as the Yankees, New York's team, put on such a show that year in 2001. And President Trump, as you see there on your screen at Yankee Stadium. All right, getting back to now the investigation into all of this, into Charlie Kirk's assassination. I want to bring in now former FBI special agent and author of A Cop's Son. Our good friend Kenneth Strange is back with us. Kenneth, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Grant. Nice to be here.
Kenneth, any leads that you can talk about are your fellow FBI agents that are still in the agency telling you anything that you can report on to us about where this investigation is headed?
Grant, I'm afraid not. They haven't been in touch with me, and I'm assuming they're keeping everything close to the vest. I'm encouraged. I saw some, we have the photographs, 2 photographs of the shooter within 24 hours. And, there's a whole, the rifle, and there's some other things that they've collected. So I'm encouraged by the progress of this investigation.
When you look at the, now we'll call them facts surrounding this, whether it's the picture of the alleged suspect, the rifle that you see on your screen, ditching the rifle in the woods there. Then, of course, you have the scrawlings of the transgender ideology on the shell casings. What do you make of all of this? Do you believe that the scrawlings are correct? Is it a possibility it could be a ruse to send investigators in another direction? Do you think this was a professional? Lay it out for me, Kenneth.
Yeah, Grant, I think it is what it is. The possibility that it's a diversion, yes, of course, that's something you'll have to take into consideration. But I think, it seems pretty straightforward at this point. The rifle, the engraving of the transgender ideology on the bullets. So, yeah, I think this is what it is.
Do you think this was a professional?
Now, that's a good question because, you mentioned that a shot from 100 to 200 yards is a possibility for, people that are at the range from time to time. I think that this was an individual who was, stewing in his, marinating in his rage against Charlie Kirk. And I think this is the guy who pulled the trigger. He may have some hunting experience. I'm not so sure about the military. I'm looking at his body. It's very thin, almost frail. So I'm not so sure about that. But again, I like what I'm seeing. I like the progress in this case. And I wouldn't be surprised within another 24 hours that we have this guy.
All right, let me play a clip from you last night. John Guandolo, another former FBI agent, was on the program. He raised the issue that we should be at least looking at the possibility that some subversive group could be behind this than just the deranged left-wing lunatic. Take a listen to John.
This month, right now, a huge number of communist and jihadi organizations are hosting almost every day during September strategic meetings to talk about how and when to go kinetic, like mass operations inside the United States. And these are the kinds of things that precede those things.
I'll ask your response to that, Kenneth Strange.
Yeah, Grant, that's an interesting take, and it's something which I thought about myself. There's no want for characters that might be interested in hitching a ride to this murder. From Iranians and other groups, the Sinaloa cartel, Hamas, you name it. There'd be no lack for people doing that, but. I'm not so sure. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'm giving it, like I said, I'm giving it another 24 hours. But certainly, Agent Guandolo has something there that we should certainly keep in mind.
Well, as the TV show is, the first 48, the most important hours after a murder, those 48 hours. We shall see how it plays out. It's always a pleasure and an honor, Kenneth Strange, having you on the program. Thank you, sir. I know the book is A Cop's Son. I urge everyone to read it. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Grant.
Absolutely. So why would the left be so mad at Charlie Kirk? The question's rhetorical. You know why. He loves America. He loves the Constitution. He loves God and Jesus. That seems to be a real war that people who love God and Jesus are facing right now. He loves the Constitution. And I think the most reason why they hate and despise Charlie Kirk is because he's dangerous. He's dangerous because he can change the hearts and minds of young people that are being indoctrinated across this country. How does he change his minds? Like this.
You a Christian by any chance?
Very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner, gave my life to Christ, most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There is not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live.
God bless you, Charlie Kirk. And now you get to meet Jesus face to face. And I know that's got to be something special for Charlie Kirk. Really hard for us to even fathom that he's not here anymore, though. But we should take some comfort in the fact that we know where he is now. Those kinds of preachings, musings, talks is why so many kids showed up yesterday at that Utah University to see him. I mean, literally thousands. The crowd was huge. Well, someone else who was there was adjunct instructor at Utah Valley School of Business who witnessed the assassination. Professor David Rogers is with us. Professor Rogers, welcome to the program. Thank you for coming on.
Grant, thank you for having me. It was a tough day for all.
I can only imagine what that's like. My question for you, what was campus like today? How are the students doing? And I'm sure that crowd probably was filled 50-50, people who love Charlie and people maybe not so much.
Well, actually, I think it was a little more than that, Grant. I teach a 1 o'clock class just a building over in the business building, and the cheers were so loud for Charlie. I got there about 5 after 12. And the cheers were so loud from the quadrant there that I thought I'd just go over and see what was going on. I would say it was probably 70-30 in his favor on that campus. He was receiving quite a warm welcome.
Well, it is Utah, after all, which is a deep red state, and one of the reasons why we love Utah, besides its beauty and great people. So now today, after so many of these students witnessed that, I imagine you witnessed it go down. What's talk on campus like today?
Well, the campus is closed. We closed the campus down yesterday afternoon, sent everybody home, canceled classes until Monday the 15th. The faculty has been discussing options. There is a great pallor that hangs over the university. There's a lot of grief there for the events. And we are actually beginning discussions on starting a donor-led and alumni and faculty-led effort to start a Charlie Kirk Freedom Foundation on his behalf. Wow. So the university is responding in a very positive way.
What was this like for you, Professor Rogers, to be there at this moment, knowing what a figure Charlie is, and for all those young people to have to witness this?
Well, I was actually very much looking forward to what type of interaction we would have on the campus and how well he would be received. The events are just tragic, and he really didn't have a chance to get going. He'd only really started his dialogue with students for a few moments before the shots rang out. I would have been very curious to see how the day would have gone and how he would have been received there, and what sort of dialogue he would have been able to have with the university.
Well, Professor, I appreciate you coming on tonight and talking about this. Please let us know how we can help with this Charlie Kirk Foundation and this Freedom Center on campus. That sounds like a fabulous idea for that university to honor Charlie Kirk, and we appreciate you coming on, sir.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Absolutely. So as you know, an entire nation had to process this yesterday. You had leftists that processed it in the most disgusting manner possible. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the program. But many of you had to process it real time. Social media has changed the game this way. Many of us had to process this on air. I did not do very well. My mind virtually went blank yesterday. I was not on my game. I was virtually speechless, could not come up with words. And folks, those of you that know me, that does not happen to Stinchfield very often. But others had a way with words, and very powerful words. And I had to follow this from my dear colleague, Steve Gruber, who, in my mind, summed this whole thing up.
I can't believe in 2025 I'm sitting here talking about one of my colleagues being gunned down for caring about this country. I can't believe in 2025 I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America, because he believed in free speech and in young people and the tenets of this country and the promise of America. I can't believe I'm sitting here having to tell you that he might not make it. It's gut-wrenching to me. It makes me angry. It breaks my heart. It hurts. Could be me. Could be Christina Bobb. Could be Grant Stinchfield. Could be anybody that speaks their mind in America. Could be a young girl on a train in North Carolina that did nothing wrong.
I'll tell you, it brings tears to my eyes, quite frankly. He's an amazing guy, Steve Gruber, and he's worked all day, but he found time for us tonight. Host of America's Voice Live, my buddy Steve Gruber is here. Gruber, welcome to the program.
Grant, good to see you.
I had a hard time following that. I was a guest on your program there. Steve, I'll say this. I watched a lot of reactions on social media. 99% of them were legitimate. Some were phony, and I'm sad to say that, but some were phony. I think they were clickbait. That was so raw, Steve. That was so genuine. Tell me what was going through your mind when you laid that out for us.
Let me tell you a fact, Grant. I believe in this country. I believe in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. I believe it is the envy of the world. I do. I believe that since I was a young child. I feel that I'm blessed to be an American. I do. And I think that Charlie Kirk epitomized the American dream as far as free speech and the embrace of liberty. And he would welcome a discussion with anyone, a debate with anyone. He didn't come with weapons. He came with words. He didn't disrespect people if they had a different point of view. He would debate them and try to convince him or her that he was right. That's what frightened the left. That he can convince those people, those young people, those people that are 18 to 30. And by the way, boy, did he do it with Turning Point USA. Boy, did he turn the corner. Boy, did he make a turning point. Yeah. He convinced young people like nobody in my lifetime that, my friends, America is worth fighting for. America is a good place. America is the shining city on a hill. God, he believed it. Grant, he believed it with all he was, and he believed in Jesus Christ with all he was. I mean, and that's where I was coming from then. I'm coming from it now. God bless Charlie Kirk. It was only 31 years. We've been cheated, Grant, but we have a mission in front of us to hold up the flame of Charlie Kirk for every American. Old, young, all of them. The example that he set is a golden one, Grant, just gold.
Yeah. You know, I think he could have been president one day. I was watching another video of him talking about what he wanted to be remembered for, and he talked about his faith and being true to his faith. But I can tell you this, I'll remember him for changing the game when it comes to young people. Let me run a clip from President Trump announcing this. Cut 18, guys.
We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. the date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
As President Trump could only do. We're going to have a big crowd, and it's going to be great. And you know what? It will. And there will be a big crowd there. And I couldn't think of anybody more deserving. The left's going to go crazy about this. And Steve, before I let you go, I have one final comment from you. You know, he's got 9.5 million followers on Instagram, something like that. Everybody knows who this guy is, but I don't want anyone to forget that he does have family and 2 kids and a wife and friends. You know, I mean, he was just a regular guy, too, besides being this icon. I'll give you the last word, Steve.
I will say this, Grant. More people saw and heard Charlie Kirk today than at any time during his life. The searches for his words, the searches for his comments, the searches for his image. Who is this guy? For those that didn't know, and yes, there are many that didn't, but they know him today. Charlie Kirk had a bigger impact today in death than he did in life, and that will live on. Charlie Kirk will live on in eternity because of who he was, how he held himself, and mostly for the standard that he set. And without Jesus, he said he would be nothing. He set the standard, Grant. More people saw him today, more will see him tomorrow, and as the future goes forward, people will know who Charlie Kirk is more than they did when he was alive.
I promise you, there'll be clips of Charlie Kirk being played for generations to come. They have not seen the last of Charlie Kirk, and his work is not over. Gruber, I'll tell you this. I've worked for a lot of networks, a lot of TV stations. Your coverage, the way you handled yourself yesterday, was about as good as it gets, buddy. And God bless you. I'm proud to work with you. Thank you.
God bless you, Grant. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We have a great crew here at RAV. Unfortunately, there's one less of us, and that, of course, is Charlie Kirk. Whew. All right, folks, to honor another tragedy that happened, this day is rough, okay? To honor another tragedy that happened 24 years ago, we pay respects to the victims of 9/11. One of our good friends was in the Pentagon on that day. I was in New York City working for WNBC on that day. We'll get a discussion about that coming up next.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner for Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. It just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Folks, I told you it's been a rough few days. I want you to think about this. Irina Zarutska, that Ukrainian refugee, we literally watched her get murdered on a train. And then Charlie Kirk, all of our friend, we literally watch him get shot to death, assassinated in front of the world. And then, of course, today is the anniversary of 9/11, 24 years since that fateful day. Don't forget about Benghazi, the other 9/11 as well. For 3 days straight, we've had to watch people die on TV with our own eyes and on social media. I don't have words for it. It's awful what this country has gone through over the last 3 days. But I will never forget. I'll never forget Charlie. I vow to never forget Irina Zarutska. And I most certainly will never forget 9/11. I was in New York working as a young reporter at WNBC, one of the first to get to Ground Zero. Watching the horror on people's faces that day stuck with me forever. Well, President Trump was at the Pentagon today to honor the victims and family members of 9/11.
As our country came face to face with pure evil, on that fateful day, savage monsters attacked the very symbols of our civilization. Yet here in Virginia and in New York and in the skies over Pennsylvania, Americans did not hesitate. They stood on their feet and they showed the world that we will never yield, we will never bend, we will never give up, and our great American flag will never, ever fail.
Again, I will never forget the faces that I saw, the face of terror in the eyes of American citizens. It is a face that I never want to see again, and sadly I have seen again as American citizens are forced to flee evil. But can you imagine what the first responders were going through that day?
The fire burned uncontrollably on 7 floors for more than 11 hours.
Right.
There was no water pressure in that 16-acre debris field. Is that why?
I assume so, but no one was fighting the fires anymore. No one was going into Tower 7, so they just let it burn. I mean, the chief we knew we lost a lot of men, had no idea how many at the time, but we're not going to lose any more. That's why he said this.
So they got out of the building. Well, over 3,000 people died that day, and it is an American tragedy that will never be forgotten as long as I have any part of having time on the air. I want to bring in with me now 32-year U.S. Air Force combat veteran Colonel Rob Maynis is with us. He was in the Pentagon that day. Colonel, it is great to see you. Thank you for coming on today.
Thanks for having me on, Grant.
All right, Colonel, why don't you sum up what today means to you, especially now after Charlie was assassinated and this nation is mourning so much. Your thoughts, Colonel?
Well, I have a message for those people that took down those buildings and attacked us on 9/11, and I have a message for those people that killed Charlie Kirk, a great American. That's why they killed him, because he was a Christian and an American, a good father, a good husband, and he could move millions of young Americans to the cause of what we all signed up to defend with our lives in the military, the Constitution of the United States, just by talking. That's why he couldn't be allowed to continue. Well, my message is this: we will never leave the fight for America, no matter how many you kill. It doesn't matter. We didn't leave when 9/11 happened. As a matter of fact, we pitched into the fight. Americans volunteered for every walk of life. You remember professional athletes, actors, just like what happened in World War II, because everybody in America, no matter what their political ideology was, saw what was happening, is that our very soul was under attack. And unfortunately, that's happening right now internally with this red-green axis, this Marxist Islamist axis, and some type of organization that's conducting these operations of assassination. It looks very familiar. Butler, the golf course in Florida against the president twice now, and now this operation successfully assassinating Charlie Kirk, who really, as Jack Posobiec said this morning, he's a Christian martyr. That he was martyred for being a Christian, and then the politics comes after that, and his effectiveness as an American that can sway millions of young men and women across generations, not just one, to come to the cause of America. That scares them, and that's why they killed him.
It certainly feels like the American way of life is under attack, which would then make it feel like we are at war. Steve Bannon, to bring up another Real America's Voice legend, called Charlie Kirk a casualty of war. You know, I never really thought about it, Colonel, but you raise an interesting parallel, because the animals that flew planes into those iconic buildings in America 24 years ago today have the same thoughts about freedom and liberty of whoever's responsible for killing Charlie Kirk. There are parallels there, and they're willing to kill for this. Now, to me, I don't know what happens, but I'm not saying we're ready for a civil war, and I would rather have America go down and back to realizing that peaceful discourse is the way of the world, and the best way of the world. But I'm in a very scary spot right now, Colonel. What do you make of where we are?
America is in a very scary spot. Look, we've allowed internally for hundreds of thousands of potential bad actors to come into this country. They're totally unvetted, totally unmonitored. They're communists from China. They're Islamists from Afghanistan, the Middle East, all over the world. And they came here unvetted during the Biden administration. So we have a major internal problem that I'm sorry to say, my generation, we were fighting the enemy looking outward, not inward. Now that same enemy is inside of our country. And I believe that there is a connection between governments, between this red-green axis, this Marxism, Islamic ideology that's now about to take over New York City through Mondamini. Yeah. He is a red-green axis individual. He's a Marxist and he's an Islamist. That's his background, and he preaches that too. And all that does is bring hate and violence and chaos, and they're trying to divide our society. Well, I got another message for them. We're not only not going to leave the fight for America, no matter how many you kill, we are not going to start a civil war. We are going to follow the model of Charlie Kirk, which is invite the opposing view people to the table, to his tent, to let them speak their views, and then persuade them through our voices the ideas of America and Christianity are better than their ideas. And Charlie personally persuaded hundreds of thousands of American young people to change their minds. That's what he believed in. That's why free speech is important. Respectful, civil, open debate. Because as he said many times, if we stop talking, that's when we have a civil war. We can't stop talking, and our side's not going to stop talking. It will be the other side that continues this violence that they are perpetrating on the American people now. Charlie Kirk, the latest example.
You encapsulated the difference between Make America Great Again conservatives and those leftists that will resort to violence. I do believe the Democrat Party is the party of violence. And then there's us that's trying to embody the values America was founded on and move this country in the right direction. You've been such an integral part of doing that. You've become an integral part of this program, Colonel Maynis. We're so grateful for that as well. And we're grateful for you and your service and coming on tonight, too.
Well, thank you, Grant. On Monday on my show, I'll be talking with Jake Novak of another great RAV show on Real America's Voice about the internal war that we find ourselves in. Steve Bannon's right.
I would urge everyone to tune in to that. You know, it's interesting. On 9/11/2001, we faced an attack from jihadi terrorists. They were from the outside, a Muslim holy war on America. Far more now than 2001, we have radical Islamic, quote, holy warriors, jihadists inside this country more than they were in 2001. Make sure we realize that and make sure we do something about it, because the Islamic takeover of America is real. They are trying to get us, not under our watch, though. We will not let it out of our grasp. All right, up next, a man and a dear friend of mine who lost his father when the towers fell, shares his story and his mission, is going to help you through the next few days, weeks, and months as well. We'll tell you how coming up next.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
Welcome back, everyone. Every year, no matter what outlet I'm on, whether it's TV or radio, I always honor the victims of 9/11. And someone who was killed that day was Ronald Fazio Sr. I feel like I know the guy. I never met him, sadly. He was on the 99th floor of Tower 2. When the first plane hit, he told his entire office, "Get out." Speakers are going off, telling everybody to go back. Everything's fine. Ronald Sr. said, "No, we're getting out of here." He got nearly his entire office out of that building to safety. He's at the ground floor, calls his wife to tell him he's okay, and he's holding the door for others to get out of the building. Holding the door for others. That second plane hits. We believe now that debris killed Ronald Fazio Sr. He is an American hero like none other. They only found a little piece of his credit card. That's it. But his legacy lives on with an organization called Hold the Door for Others. It's run by his son, Rob Fazio. And Rob Fazio is a psychologist, doctorate in psychology. Doesn't like people to know that. But he is no wussbag psychoanalyst, I can tell you that much. He is one of my best friends. Top 3, Rob Fazio. How about that? But most of all, he's my consigliere. I go to him anytime I need advice. I met you, Rob, when you were looking for your father. If you can, I know you can believe it, but people out there on the streets of New York City, I was a reporter. You were looking for your dad, and we've been best friends ever since. Welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Grant. It's so special every year to reconnect with you and, talk about my dad and talk about everything we saw those days and to help us continue to heal.
You were down there today. I think we have some pictures of you and your kids. Why don't you tell me, your daughter's name is Reese. Tell me why and tell me that story, and it all fills in how we met as well.
Yeah, so that right there that's Ray. She's my my youngest, and my older daughter's name's Reese, and Reese was named after my dad. So his favorite candy was Reese's peanut butter cups, and he had a heart condition and wasn't allowed to eat them, but he always snuck them. And so when we were walking around looking for my dad, we put on the flyer, "If found, please feed Reese's peanut butter cups." And in such a tragic time, it gave us some moments of lift and humor and helped us connect with people deeper. It's actually how you and I first connected when I saw you by the Armory those days, because you said it was amazing that you're talking about something fun at this time. And so in honor of my dad's love for Reese's peanut butter cups, we named my daughter Reese. So she carries on the legacy, and it's quite beautiful.
One of the reasons why I wanted to have you on is because your organization, Hold the Door for Others, which is what your father was doing, helping others escape this horrible tragedy, and he died doing it, helps people deal with grief, loss, and ultimately grow from it. Well, we've just had the death of such what I believe to be an American hero in Charlie Kirk. You had to go through the loss of your father. What is your recommendation to people out there, especially with kids? Young people are having a real hard time with the death of Charlie. Your recommendation to them?
My recommendation to them is to realize that unfortunately things are going to happen to us at some point, and we can't control that. So we actually need to be prepared and make sure we're living every day like something had happened. And what we really teach people to do is to find a way that they can intentionally grow through adversity and loss. And they do that through gaining self-awareness about themselves, about their strengths, about their weakest spots, but mainly about finding a way to find new purpose and new meaning and find their strength. We all have strength inside of us, but we don't all know how strong we are.
How do you talk to kids about this? Especially, that 11, 12 through 16, 17, 18 that's having such a hard time dealing with the loss of Charlie Kirk, many of them from conservative families. He was instrumental in their lives. How do you talk to kids?
Yeah, it's pretty ironic. We're talking about loss, and I lost my camera feed somehow, but I've got it back now. So I think, with children, they actually understand more and are more resilient than we imagine. And so with children or something when there's a natural tragedy, you want to give just as much truth and information to help them learn and understand. And it's kind of a continuum. As they get older, you build with them. So you don't want to lie. You don't want to shock them. But as they're growing, you tell them more. And so I'm a professional, and I've had my daughter's 9 years old. And just today, driving home, she said, "Daddy, I want to see videos of September 11th. And I said, "Reese, what do you mean?" She's like, "I know you've told me about it. I know about Grandpa." She's like, I want to see the videos." And I was shocked because she's telling me she's ready. I would never ask her to do that. And I think we're going to let her see if something exactly happened. And then the hard part is teaching about evil. And there is evil in the world, unfortunately. And I think our children need to know at a certain point, bad things do happen, and we have to stick together.
You know, it's amazing because on 9/11, when I was there at Ground Zero, I've told you this, but I don't know if anybody else knows, I did not see the video of the towers falling until 3 o'clock in the morning the next day. I was reporting on it. Our cell phones didn't have social media where you could watch the video or TV on it. So I processed that hours after me being there. Now, Charlie Kirk's murder is in the most vile, heinous form right there. You may not want to see it. You can't help it when it splashes in front of you when you're scrolling through TikTok. That's rough for kids today, Rob.
Yeah, well, social media is a huge problem because we need to protect our kids and monitor and make sure it's age appropriate. But yes, so what I try to tell people to do is they've got to prepare, because when you prepare and say there's a tragedy, you say to your kids, I don't want you to watch anything about it until we talk about it, but something might pop up. And if something pops up, I want you to talk to me, and you prepare people that they might see things that are horrific or very scary. And that actually does a little bit of immunization of the impact of seeing the raw video or the raw footage of things.
Yeah. One of the things that's amazing is, Rob, you handled the loss of your father like nobody I've ever seen. In the end, the human spirit is nothing short of amazing. People get through things they never thought they could get through. And I'll give you the last word on that thought, because I think it is fitting for today and everything that's happened this week.
I think about leadership a lot, and I think about our business executives, our nonprofit leaders, and what we don't realize is we all have intentional, good, positive leadership in us. I know that because my dad was a quiet man. He wasn't thought of as a leader. But when those towers hit, his character got magnified, and he held the door for people. We all have these intentional acts of kindness, and there's a ripple effect, and we need to lead in a way that helps people grow.
God bless you, buddy. You and your family and your father. And I'm grateful for your friendship. I really am. I appreciate you coming on tonight, as always.
Love you, Grant. Thanks for being with me every step of the way.
Love you right back at you. HoldTheDoor.com is the organization that Rob started, and it's great. HoldTheDoor.com. All right, folks. As true Americans mourn the loss of Charlie Kirk, the left is showing their true colors. It's next.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600. Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Well, folks, if you can believe it, MSNBC finally did something right. They fired this Dowd character for this.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
I'm going to ask you, what's the hateful rhetoric that Charlie has ever spewed? There is none. If you go through his speeches, his social media posts, his on-stage appearances, on-camera appearances, there is nothing hateful. It may be uncomfortable. You may not like to hear that Islam is not the religion of Western civilization. You might not like to hear that Jesus is our Savior. But it's not hate speech. It's reality. So then Time Magazine comes out with a cover. It was the only part of this Time Magazine article I agree with enough. I wish they were talking about leftist craziness. They go on to write inside the article, Kirk's sudden public death, paper cut 2, his sudden death risks joining that chain. His killing could become not just a tragedy, but a catalyst, an event that radicalizes ever more Americans, less an aberration than our feature of our increasingly perilous national politics. A catalyst to what? To radicalize Americans? You talking about conservatives? We are not the party of violence. We do not radicalize easy. Republicans are the least radicalized people in this country because we believe in freedom and the idea that America is based off an exchange of ideas. Do I dare do it? Time went on to write. At the time of the shooting, according to recordings from the event, he was discussing the false right-wing belief that many mass shooters are transgender. How is that false? The last 5 of 7 mass shootings were transgender shooters. This was Charlie that day.
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Thank you, Charlie. That would be one of his last words. The left's gone crazy. You want to see how crazy I dare do it? Cut 11.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is...
I thought I should do it. I should. It's bad. These people are heartless, soulless, godless jerks. And I've got much stronger language, but I won't say it on a broadcast network. What would their mothers think of this, celebrating the death of a human being? Soulless is an understatement. All right, it's been an emotional couple of days, obviously, for this nation. It is now nice to see Americans band together in solidarity. We will show you this next all across the country.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today